Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to America's Day at the Races. T-minus 7 days left in the history of Aqueduct Racetrack as a track hosting races. A beautiful day here, a nice day. We've got some very good weather we're blessed with for the last few weeks of racing here, and a good card to get into. Joined by my friend Paul Verderosa, of course, Andy Serling, and also we'll get some insight down at Laurel Park from Calais Francois. Keisha Clement is here in the paddock, and Todd Schrupp will be joining us on the desk in just a few minutes, in about an hour. But welcome to America's Day at the Races. How you doing today, Paul?
Doing good. Always a pleasure to be here. Starting to get a little sentimental, winding it down with 7 race cards left, but looking for great action over these 7 days.
The voice of God was just raining down on us.
That was amazing. You didn't know where that voice came from.
Who had come here with his dad when he was 12 years old, he said, in the 60s, and he came to Aqueduct to say goodbye, and first we heard his voice, we didn't see him, he was standing up there.
And the lights make it like heavenly as well.
But it's nice to see, you know, we saw some women when I came in that were taking pictures just for themselves of Aqueduct, saying goodbye to Aqueduct, and it's nice to see people taking a last trip around the Big A, of course. Today's 7th race, the featured race, going 6 furlongs. We had some scratches. I don't think any major players came out of this race. And Bite and Strike is coming back now. I don't agree with the morning line that has this horse 8-1. I think you're probably going to see him as one of the favorites. And this is another horse that Linda Rice claimed off Bill Mott that it paid dividends right away, cutting this horse back in distance.
Yeah, and you got a nice price on this horse to boot. One of the good rides, and there's been many so far that Javier Castellano has given here at Aqueduct, and on this turf course too. Got a terrific ride, just patience, saving ground, and was able to get the job done with that inside run in there that day. And we said it earlier on Talking Horses, Linda's done an exceptional job and found some gems claiming off of Bill Mott. This could be another one here if this horse can pair up races.
Yeah, no, I agree. Now, she does not have great numbers off of wins on turf. You and I have turf sprints. You and I have a big disagreement here. I think Quando's the horse to beat as the lone speed. You do not trust him. We'll see what happens in that race much later on today's show. Of course, today's action will include races 3 through 8 at Laurel, but also all 8 races here today. Pick 6 starts in race number 3. The early pick 5 starts in race number 1. And you've got races 3 through 8 down at Laurel, where they're fast and firm, as we are at Aqueduct as well. They're in a slightly different schedule, so we do not have to rush right out there. Keep in mind, the best way to play the races is to play through NYRA-Bets. If you're not a member of NYRA-Bets, head on over to NYRABets.com. Use the promo code MATCH200. We'll match the $200 of your initial deposit. Play through NYRA-Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime through NYRA-Bets. 2-year-olds in race number 1. I was just commenting to Paul, either they're all dead on the board or they're all live on the board because 4 horses are either 2-1 or 5-2. And today's 2-year-old race is brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires Into Mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yalpon, the leaders of their sire classes in 2025. Nobody better to go to than Keisha Clement to get some more information on how the 2-year-olds are looking down in the paddock.
Oh, always a fun way to start the day, Andy. And so far, so good with this group. They've all acted very professionally, but all first-time starters, as we'll just take a look at a couple starting from the rail, beginning with the #1, Al Mawasha, debuting for Brad Cox. This one worked 10 flat at the OBS March 2-year-old sale. He was on his left lead throughout, which I don't love, but he had a really nice stride to him. And he does look to me like a horse that could go further in the future. Now, if you look 3 back on May 29th, you can watch on First TV. He actually worked in company with older Grade 3 winner Flood Zone. And while he was slightly second best in that work, I thought he held his own pretty well. Now, if I hadn't seen him training at Saratoga and down at Payson as well, one of the early 2-year-olds to come in, I'd look at him and say, maybe he might need a race for fitness because he's a big, solid boy. But I know that he is fit and strong with the amount of works and the way that he has been doing it coming into this. The #2, Freedom Charge by Spencer Stallion, Jackie's Warrior, who is still looking for his first winner. And this one out of a mare High Holiday, who was a stakes winner. She was precocious as well. She's the sister to multiple graded stakes winner Dr. B. Lovely pedigree on this one. According to DRF Clocker report, has been showing good speed in the morning. Oh, another horse that kind of looks like he will appreciate a touch more ground in the future, but incredibly athletic in the way that he's put together. And as is always the case with the Steve Asmussen firster, has not turned a hair at any of these new experiences in the paddock. Andy?
Thanks, Acacia. The parade is on. We're looking at the 3, Georgie's Warrior, Mel Giddings, and Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, paid up $215,000 out of a two-time graded 6 winner going long the dam.
Rounding out the field is Banker Bull, Flavian Pratt, and Amelia Green teaming up on this one.
By comparison, just a $60,000 purchase at a bullish statement, but it was cool to see the second dam be a Dominic Galuccio horse, and we always love seeing that. So pretty even up on the board with this group.
Little bit of separation since in the betting so far is the one Almawasha who Acacia was talking about. I think we have that 2-year-old sales work. Maybe we could show it that she alluded to, a 10-flat workout at the March 26th. Paid $250,000. I love the Tiz the Laws. He's been sensational as a stallion.
He has
Turf,
been.
dirt, anything.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He's 13% with 2-year-old first-time starters too. And being asked a little bit, but you gotta love the stride on this horse. And the way that this horse has just got his head down and going about his business. So solid stride, solid work tab coming into here. Brad Cox sits at 21% with first-time 2-year-old sprinting on the dirt. So, yeah, he should be a player in here from the inside, and he looks good out on track, too.
I know you went the 2 Freedom Charge, and I think we're all doing what we at best hope is some educated guessing. This one has gone up to the 4th choice at 3-1. A Steve Asmussen Jackie's Warrior first-time star that cost $250,000 with not a ton of dam side pedigree.
No, but at least there's some sprinting there, and it was a half to quiet confidence as well as a win on dirt, but 2 on turf as well. And another one who just looks fit. And Steve always has these horses prepared, and you just never know sometimes if his horses are going to pop out with speed as well because they're always so well turned out.
And I'll tell you, the money sometimes with Steve is not always that important. We saw his horse take a lot of money yesterday and not run very well. Seen some firsters down at Churchill winning at big prices and winning impressively. So I don't know how, there's some trainers it feels like they only run when they take money. With Steve, he can win at bigger prices. So I don't know if that's really necessarily a bad thing. I took Georgie's Warrior in here going out for Mel Giddings. When horses are live, they usually have speed. And from a dam side pedigree, this one has far and away the best dam side. The dam ran figures in the 90s. The second dam did. She had 3 foals that were pretty good, a couple not so good, but she's had some runners, and at least from that perspective, she's produced this dam some runners. That's the 3 Georgie's Warrior. Here's the 5 Banker Bull, who right now stands at 5-2 with Flavian.
Yeah, Amelia Green is 0 for 12, 3 in the money with first-time starters, 2-year-old sprinting on the dirt. And modest pedigree here. It's Central Banker out of a bullish statement, but Rafi's Dream was the second dam who was better going longer, but does secure the services of Flavian Pratt, so you know that that's going to have this horse take a little bit of money, and I know it's a small field anyway, but doesn't hurt when you have him on his back.
You never really know when Flavian's riding the situations, if it's Flavian money, if it's live, but you know what? All of these horses are going out for live trainers that are capable of winning these races. I mean, you've seen less from Amelia. She's only been on her own, but she has an enormous amount of experience working with Todd Pletcher, who certainly had more than his share of live 2-year-olds, and I'm sure she played a role in that as well.
No doubt.
As we head back to Acacia.
And circling back to the number 3, Georgie's Warrior, I agree this horse has a massive pedigree. Not only was JoJo's Warrior herself talented, but she's also the sister to Grade 1 winner AZ Warrior. So ton of pedigree in there. And this one is by Nashville, who has had a 2-year-old winner sprinting on the dirt. So the stakes winners in the family, Under Oath and Impulse Buy, who are both by Spitestown, is on the same cross, so 3/4 siblings. So it's been shown that this kind of breeding really does work, and they can be very quick, and this horse has been quick in the morning, so maybe not as much gallop out according to the Clocker reports, but I thought that he looked incredibly fit for his debut and really looking like he's doing very well coming into this. I think he's very live in this spot. And a horse that, like I said, kind of looks like he's run before. He's so defined and well-muscled, which I always appreciate seeing with 2-year-olds. Now, the number 5, Banker Bull, there is actually a bit of pedigree. And if you look just at the sales catalog, there has been some updates since then. He's the full brother to Sassy Agnes, who's a multiple stakes winner. And since then, Honey Money, another full sibling, also won a stake. And while maybe it's not the sexiest type of pedigree, it's been very solid, especially New York bred company. Has been training in the morning in those blinkers, which he will debut with. He had asked a bit to get going for his warm-up, and then Flavian Pratt had him circling. Not my favorite overall, but he did come back nicely to his rider and seemed like he perked up a little bit after that warm-up. Just to circle back to the 2 Freedom Charge, I spoke a bit too soon with him back in the paddock, saying he hadn't turned a hair. When he got out here in the post parade, he got a bit frisky and tried to to mount the lead pony and acting up quite a bit. Ricardo Santana taking him off for a big warm-up. So now that he's solo, who's doing a lot better, I think it's a better choice to keep him away from the other horses for now, as it seems his mind is not 100% on business. Andy?
Thank you, Acacia. So it is important. And I think, one of the things, and Acacia's talking about those horses are all first-time starters. You note those things. She talks about the 2 being a little aggressive, and this is the kind of horse that, seeing what happens today, it'll be interesting to hear what Acacia or Maggie have to say next time the horse is in the paddock. And I think we all sort of rely on the 2 of them, but sometimes you want to keep those notes yourself and keep them. And some of our viewers will hopefully be in Saratoga if this horse makes his second start. Now, maybe he'll win today and not be a maiden, but those are important things to note, especially with first-time starters.
Yeah, especially when the boys come down and they start acting very studdish when they come down to the paddock for the first time. But hopefully he's settled down off a little bit of his antics. He looks like he's a little bit more calmer now going to the gate. We'll see what happens when they all gather around and start the loading process.
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, I've talked to this with Chad Brown. He had that pretty good horse a couple years ago for Klarovich, and that horse would have a tendency to get studdish. And I remember he was in the paddock the first time. There was a bit of a delay, and Chad said to me, "Oh, great, a delay for this horse." He said, "It's just a question of when."
Yeah, it wasn't if,
and
it was
he ended
just
up
when.
winning, and he ran very well, and he turned to be a good horse. But he did have some issues with being studdish in races as they're loading in the gate. 4 of them in today's first race. It's fun to watch the 2-year-olds, and we'll obviously see many more of them as we come up to Saratoga. But I always enjoy seeing the 2-year-olds as the glimpse into the future.
It's fun to not only dig through the pedigree, but then actually see them start to develop and see if they can live up to it.
And you can glean a lot. You talk about what Acacia was saying about the 2, but also seeing little trips, horses that don't finish that well, but they do some running in the races. A lot to be learned from watching 2-year-old races as the number 2 Freedom Charge for Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana go in. Just a couple left to load, and let's head up to Chris Griffin with the call of today's opener.
Last to load here in the opener. 7 days of live racing remain. Belmont at the Big A. Our opener, Banker Bull, is in and all set. And they're off. Breaking well was Banker Bull. Threw his head at the start, but does have early speed and crosses over, gets right in front of the field. Quickly, Al Moashah has moved to the 2 path as a hard scent. Now third is moving forward is Georgie's Warrior, going to be 3 wide in that early group. Georgie's Warriors looming up on the outside. Both the inside runners are ridden along. It's Banker Bull at the rail, and in between them, Al Moashah. 3 of them up front. The lone trailer, Freedom Charge. 22-4, that opening quarter mile. Banker Bull is still now battling on towards the inside, but very nicely here as Georgie's Warriors put a neck in front, is looming up, and now passing that leader. Al Moashah has backed out of it, and Freedom Charge is trying to run on from the back. They reach the top of the stretch. Georgie's Warrior has traveled well throughout, is trying to open up on Banker Bull. Freedom Charge does have a late rally, only has a furlong left to go as Georgie's Warrior, Junior Alvarado, they're up by 2-3, widening lengths now with a 16th left to go. It's going to be a stylish winner here. Georgie's Warrior wins the opener. Banker Bull second, Freedom Charge, and Al Moashah.
Well, he didn't break that sharply. I don't know if he had some trouble. Maybe we'll see the head on of the start, but Junior Alvarado got this one to cruise up and was basically a winner every step of the way. And I was saying to you, Paul, as we were watching it, when Mel Giddings gets bet, she delivers.
Yeah, it used to be where she would be more of a Saratoga, type trainer where her horses would flourish.
She's played a lot of horses to Saratoga over the years.
And now, as you said, when her horses get bet even downstate, they're runners. And this horse, cruised up into the race and just took command and just drew off.
Well, there are going to be 2-year-old stakes up there. They're going to be New York-bred 2-year-old stakes. And I'm guessing that Mel wanted to get this horse started because she's probably got a horse that can qualify and be competitive in those races. 105-3, that's a solid enough time for these horses. We don't know how fast the track is playing. Broke a little slowly. The 5 came over, but I would say the 3 really kind of did it to himself.
I think the 3 was behind already, the 5 at that point.
Didn't panic. Asked the horse after that.
Not at all. Stood in the clear.
Easy victory in there. Your 2 horse did run third, and given the studishness and the issues before the race, he ran okay behind them. But
learning experience for sure.
Georgie's Warrior was clearly much the best in today's opener. The old 3-5-2-1 to start out today's card as Junior Alvarado and Mel Giddings get it done to start the day. And I see Mel is part owner of this horse as well and have to be looking towards Saratoga stake races. This is the way you get things going. Are we going to take a break or are we going to Laurel? We're going right to Laurel. Race number 3 is just a few minutes away. Let's take a look at the post parade. They're going 5.5 furlongs on the turf. This is an allowance optional claiming race. The number 1 Saxton, I believe Sheldon Russell is riding this one for his wife, Brittany Russell.
He is. I'll be interested to see what Callie says about this horse, because to me, this horse has improved physically and also getting on the grass with every start as well.
The number 2 is Where's Ray, going out for Megan Salzman, I believe. Wait for that horse. We're going to spend a lot of time on the 1, apparently. This one being ridden by Javian Toledo.
Yeah, showed some speed and ran into Whitty last time on the wrong surface. Gets back to the turf today.
First time on the turf for the number 3. Please, thank you. Sunday Diaz riding this one for Javier Contreras.
Dan was a 2-time winner on grass.
The number 4, Skies Falling, cuts back in distance for Emmanuel Morales, and I think Carameos is riding this horse.
Yeah, last time going short was back in 24 on turf.
All right, Incinerator is the 5, more of a turf sprinter.
Yeah, look for this horse to come running late in the race.
Another one first time on the turf at almost 40-1 is the 6, Dorado.
Not much turf pedigree here, but has faced allowance foes over at Charlestown.
Leslie Ho riding that one for Javier Contreras. And we round out the field with the co-favorite, in a lot of ways the horse to beat. I'm not even going to try for a Graham Motion with Jorge Ruiz.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try either, but it's a softer landing spot for her return to the races today. And she's got a lot of tactical speed in here, should play well in this race.
Let's head down to Laurel to get more information on today's 3rd race from Callie Francois.
Thanks, Andy. I'll cover for you on the name of the 7 in just a touch, but I'm going to refer back to the 1 in Saxton on the inside for Brittany and Sheldon Russell. And for me, this horse just plays so efficiently well, returning back to the turf. The mechanics with how this one moves on the turf is just the big seller for me. So this one, it's not a bad thing to lose to Whitty first off of the bench. Sheldon had to start scrubbing early, but he just is he's at way less effort in his mechanics on the turf. And with the way the turf has been playing, speed has had a lot of assistance in this regard. So a lot of these horses that are going to be on the front end, you can visually see them get a second win, just like I see Saxton visually getting better on the turf in his replays. So he gets also that inside defensive position that I think he's just going to absolutely love. Now we can go ahead to the number 7 on the outside in Izzy Vungu Vungu here. This is, of course, the South African sprinter for Graham Motion and Jorge Ruiz. And I talked with Graham prior to that entrant in the Jim McKay Turf Sprint, where he did scratch, and he essentially he just needed the break. His body needed a break after that really heavy campaign, first coming back into the States. I thought he was a little stiff in the paddock, but he's loosened up on the track. Now, he's very speedy. Again, the turf is working that way for him. It works in a lot of advantage in a lot of different ways. And talking with Graham with how this guy has been doing since the 314-day layoff is that he is kind, but he's very keen. So if you go back to the Haas Stakes win, he's training exactly like he did before that win. So he's ready to go. Graham just wants to keep him local. So that's Izzy Vungu Vungu here for you guys.
Thanks a lot, Callie. As far as the number 7, who I know you like in here, the concern with him is he comes over from South Africa and runs 3 bang-up races. And if he was coming in off that form, he'd probably be 2-5 in this race and he'd win. They went over to Saudi Arabia, a lot of money, things didn't work out. When he came back here, he wasn't the same horse. Now, he gets Lasix, interestingly enough, for the first time. And I guess with him, you're just asking yourself, what price do I want to take that he gets back to that once good form? Because I think there are some question marks with the layoff and his races after Saudi.
You can say that, but comparable to the rest of this field where there's not much to go on other than the 1 and the 2 possibly in here. For me, I just felt like he's faced good fields. I know he didn't do much running, but Whitty and had to have him in horsepower. They're legit horses on that circuit, and nothing better. 2 starts before that's a 13-time winner. Fierce and Strong's a 10-time winner. Maybe this is just a softer landing spot for this horse. Drawing outside today, can see what's going on in front of him and take advantage of that situation. At least he's tactical enough to do that. And I also thought first-time Lasix would help him as well. We'll see what he can do from an outside draw.
I think the horse that's actually maybe at least a decent enough price, assuming he stays around the 3-to-1 range, is Where's Ray. I mean, he was off the turf last time, so I don't care what he did. And before that, he was running some pretty fast races. I know he disappointed 2 back. He seemed to have lost position in that race. And without a lot of speed in this race, you'd like to see Toledo have this horse more forward.
You wonder if he's ultimately going to be the speed of this race, because I think he can outrun the 1 for sure if the intent is to go.
The question is, what does a 3 do? Who's
Right,
a
coming in
total
from
wild
Charlestown,
card.
yeah.
And sometimes, I mean, he's got a lot of dirt speed. It does know he's transferring the turf. And listen,
Yeah.
the number 7 is supposed to be in a very good stalking spot.
You would hope so, and you would think so if this horse is live. This horse is going to be just off the leaders, and against this group, you would hope would be able to fire today. I mean, that's the biggest question mark, but at the end of the day, I ultimately landed on this horse because I just thought it was an easier spot, an outside draw, getting Lasix. If he was ever going to do any running, it was going to be today against this group.
Callie likes the 1 Saxton, Paul likes the 7, and I like the 2 Where's Ray. The underappreciated Dave Rodman getting ready to call race number 3. Dave's always one of my favorite race callers and a terrific guy as well. Look forward to usually seeing him up at Saratoga at some point during the meet. Everybody eventually comes to Saratoga.
Yes.
They're loading in the gate for race number 3. Let's head down to Maryland for the call from Dave.
Please and thank you. Sky's not falling. Incinerator. Dorado. Is it Vungu Vungu? And they're off. Saxon with the speed, Where's Ray on the chase, and Please and Thank You joins the early lead too. Is Vungu Vungu eager to go on, is tugging on the outside, moving into the 3rd spot. Saxon broke sharp, but now back and forth on the inside of Is Vungu Vungu. Sky's Not Falling is 5th on the inside, followed by Dorado in the 2 path and Incinerators in the back. Far turn run, Where's Ray to catch? Where's Ray leads from Please and Thank You by a length and a half. Saxon sent along on the inside. Is Vungu Vungu's right there on the outside. Is Vungu Vungu, always eager, is moved to 2nd at the top of the stretch as they make the turn for home. Into the stretch, and it's Where's Ray. Is Vungu Vungu on the outside is set down. And Saxton in 3rd position as they come to the final furlong and a half. Moving to 4th is Dorado. It's Where's Ray. Is Vungu Vungu asks for run on the outside to quicken. Now gets the head in front. Is Vungu Vungu. Is Vungu Vungu with 16th left to go to the 2nd wire run. Here's Incinerator flying into 3rd on the outside. Is Vungu Vungu. From Where's Ray and Incinerator.
The number 7, Izzy Vungu Vungu, was ready off the layoff, got a nice trip, stalking spot, and proved to be best in here. Good ride by Toledo on Where's Ray, clearing the lead, was merely 2nd best.
Yeah, he did what he had to do at Where's Ray, and he got to the top. But as a Vungu Vungu, just it took a while for him to go by in the stretch, and they were hand riding him for a while, and thought here he's going to hang a little bit. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I think he just was able to push on by late.
I think right now the most underappreciated older male turf horse is another South African horse that Graham Motion has in One Stripe, who arguably could have won any of the Pegasus, the Maker's Mark, and the last race. Another South African runner gets it done here. We'll be back in just a few moments. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we return to the Big A, and the winner of the first race, now the official winner of the first, the number 3, Georgie's Warrior for trainer Melanie Giddings and rider Junior Alvarado. Much the best to start out today's action, Paul.
Yeah, and a smart ride, too, by Junior, who ended up behind horses briefly. Was able to cruise up nicely on the outside, and at this point the race was basically over once this horse took the lead and just drew off in the stretch. So well prepared early on, and a first-time starter for Melanie Giddings that may have a future ahead of him. Some of those early races up at Saratoga.
Yeah, I think the only questions here in the stretch was, well, he broke a little slowly, kind of had to rush up a little bit. Would that take a toll on him? It did not, as he lengthened his stride against these and won very convincingly. I'd say a final margin. Let's see what we got, Paul. I would say it's probably 5 to 5.5 lengths.
I would say about
in there.
5 for sure.
Yeah, 5:54. Given how this horse won, it felt like a steal. Junior Alvarado gets the first win today. Banker Bull, the speed, ends up holding second over Freedom Charge. We're just about a little over about a dozen minutes away from race number 2. Did see a scratch in this race of the number 2 horse, Old Time Rock and Roll. The current favorite is the other Chad Brown runner that stayed in, Captain Fluffenstuff. Race number 2 coming up after a quick break.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Tickets to a day at the track are on sale now. Reserve a table or secure seats for a historic summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Saratoga Summer begins with opening day on Friday, July 3rd and runs through Labor Day. Book now at naira.com/Saratoga. Saturday on America's Day at the Races, an impressive field of 3-year-olds includes Kentucky Derby and Preakness contenders in the Ohio Derby from Thistledown. Action kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2. Ohio Derby coverage, 3:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
I first came here in 1974 with my grandmother. It was a Saturday in November. There were 38,000 people here. I'd been bothering her. 74. You know, I was cutting the charts out from the paper every day. I'd been going to Saratoga that summer. I want to go, I want to go. And we took the old Aqueduct special. We had those big tokens you used to use for them. It would pull up right in front of the station and just thousands of people pouring down the ramp, heading in for the double. And just the scene of it, and just seeing it as a kid and coming out here with her and being here with all of these people, it was just packed. And it was really exciting for me. My grandmother was the world's greatest grandmother. She would do anything I wanted. So when I'm here, I think of my grandmother. I'm gonna miss the sight lines. Like, we're sitting here outside. You can see the entire racetrack from our studio that we use in Equestris. You turn around, you can just watch the whole race. That's one of the beauties of Aqueduct, is the ability to watch a race in live without looking on TV and see the race. This place is like home to me. You know, I mean, there's something great about a racetrack you can take the subway to. So much of my life was around here. All of those things are all memories. They're not going to go away because the place closes. And I think life is about making good memories, and I have so many good ones here at Aqueduct. Yeah, Aqueduct, and you know, we're closing, and keep in mind, we'll be open for simulcast through Saratoga, so you can come out without racing and come for simulcasting. Big last weekend, the Caribbean-themed party and live music, and be drinking some rum on and off the air. 28th, of course, the last day with the first 1,000 people getting some dirt, but I could talk about Aqueduct, and I know you could too.
The smile that you have watching that just speaks to what this place is about and what it's been for a lot of people, man.
And it does really remind me of my grandmother, who obviously passed away. She was 94. She died in 1994. The one is Captain Fluff and Stuff, Chad Brown, and Flavian Pratt, probably not the favorite by post time.
No, well, that turf pedigree there, but there he's on the dirt last time.
22 Black is the favorite in the doubles. This one goes out for Ken McPeak and Christopher Elliott.
Puts blinkers on today.
Should be forward. The 4 is the longest shot on the board. Fess, a second-time starter for Bobby Robato with Raylu.
Yeah, also putting blinkers on in this spot for this race today.
And the 5 rounds the field. Noble Heritage, I believe you have this one on top. This one goes out for Jorge Delgado with Edgar Zayas, who I thought gave a terrific ride, even in defeat in yesterday's last race.
He did, and the blinkers are coming off this horse. This horse probably should have won last time, you can argue, but has just run faster figures than the horses here, and I think 7 furlongs will also benefit this horse today.
I do always feel like when you lose at 1-5, it is a big knock.
I mean, I guess, but, you know, this horse is now dropping in for a tag for the first time today, where others have run for the tag in this spot as well. So watching this race last time out, listen, he had every chance in the stretch to go by Tifosi, just couldn't do it on that sloppy track that day over at Monmouth. But the races before that in the Long Branch and against Maidens, you know, he got beat 7.5 in the Long Branch. But before that, didn't run bad against Azam, the other. Then the winner, the race kind of fell apart in there. So draws outside here today, gets Edgar Zayas up. I think if this horse is going to win, it's going to be today with what's left here drawn outside, and should be able to see whatever goes on inside if the 1 or the 3 or a combination of their both go to the front.
I do like the fact that he's cutting back in distance from 2 straight 2-turn races as we get more in today's second from Acacia.
And it's the turn back that really draws me more than anything to Noble Heritage. I understand what Paul is saying and where he's drawn and the trip that he might get, and I do agree with that. That last race left a bit of a sour taste in my mouth. However, looking at him, he just really looks so much more like a sprinter to me. So I like the cutback in distance to the 7 furlongs. And also, furthermore, last time on a wet track, going 1 mile and a 16th, he was off slow from an inside post. He was last early. He made a big move. The winner came back inside. Yes, arguably should have won, but I did think that he had a few excuses. He's getting a lovely warm up. Like I said, I feel like he's built like a horse that wants to go shorter, and he did run an average third, but at least facing better company, 2 back with the likes of Hedge Ratio in the Long Branch. I just feel like this is the right spot for him, so he's got to show that he can do it today. Another horse turning back in distance is the 322 Black. I had written down in my notes back on April 10th that he was a late scratch on track. I believe it was during the warm-up, but wasn't actually in the paddock. I believe I was on set for that race. So he does come back here after a little bit of time in the middle of June, and he is a horse that has been training with Jimmy Jerkins over at Belmont. And Jimmy came into the paddock and immediately said, "My guy's a little studdish. I'm going to keep him away from the field." And so he was saddled on the other side of the paddock, where he did perfectly fine. Got a little bit vocal in the post parade, which I take is very normal for him, but then settled down, especially once Christopher Elliott took him away from the pony to give him a big warm-up. While he does have some size to him, I think that he too will appreciate a cutback in distance, and especially a return to the main track, as he is a sharp individual. The blinkers go on. It's a full cup. He's pretty well covered with that equipment change out there today, so maybe that too will help to add a little bit more focus. The number 1, Captain Fluff and Stuff, he's taken some attention in both of his starts. He debuted going long on the turf. I really wasn't much of a fan of him that day. Just really thought he had lacked some refinement, wasn't the best in the warm-up, didn't look the best in his coat that afternoon. Last time out, he switched to the main track and with a drop in class, and he broke slowly, but he did run a comparable figure, but at least show a little bit of finish when on the dirt, while the Dam was more of a turf horse. horse, and Astern you think turf as well. The sibling was a dirt sprint winner. He looks a lot better today. I really will give him that. Better in his coat, better moving out there on the track overall. I just still think that he needs to show a little bit more to be worthy of favoritism, but maybe he's found the right field today, Andy.
Thanks, Acacia. And in case anybody's wondering, the word of today apparently is studdish.
Yes.
I like the studdish horse near. You two both like the 5.
Yeah, I just am going to gamble on the fact that Noble Heritage has run better figures and better races against a little bit better horses than this group and is going first-time tag where everybody else has run for the tag already, fully disclosing and knowing that 22 Black is probably his most biggest danger in here on the cutback.
Well,
first
it should be
time
the
out
speed, I think,
of the
22
lift.
Black,
Yeah.
too. I think that's important because there isn't an abundance of speed in this race.
No, and listen, even in his mile in the 16th race at the fairgrounds, he faced decent horses, and it took him a while to get settled down in there. He was very headstrong. He was very keen in there. He didn't want to settle. He wanted to go, and I just think maybe now he'll be a little bit better off for that. He had a turf race. Now he's going to shorten up off the layoff in here. Puts the blinkers on to get a little focus in him, and he'll be a little bit sharper off the layoff with a break in front.
I also put a lot of credence in the idea that it's sort of first-time Jimmy Jerkins. I understand Jimmy is the assistant to Kenny McPeak in New York, but this horse has not been in New York since October. Now, Jimmy may well have had this horse. I don't know where he was stabled. Before that, he went right to Kentucky, but now he's here with Jimmy, and in my opinion, Jimmy's, just one of the top trainers in the game, and he needs no introduction.
No.
Won many grade ones, good horses, very obviously a very good trainer, and a very smart move by Kenny hiring, and good move by Jimmy, work as the assistant for Kenny as well. And I feel like this horse is now under Jimmy's care, and to me, that's a positive.
It is, and especially someone like Jimmy who will get the best out of this horse and start to know this horse's nuances, and he's a sharp guy. He sees a lot of things.
Not that sharp. He's nice to me, so
well,
debatable
all right,
at that point.
Sharp as far as horse eye goes. How about that?
People eye maybe a little bit questionable.
So I just think he's the right other horse in here, and I know the one's taking money because it's Chad and it's Flavian, but this horse
he can win.
he can win last time. But I mean, just last time I don't know. He just didn't. Just kind of ran in place last time.
I agree. He's never really done a lot of running. Having said that, he's obviously a contender. He could absolutely win this race, but I agree. Like you, I prefer the 3 and 5. I picked the race 3-5. You picked it 5-3. I just don't like when horses lose at super short prices like Noble Heritage did last time at even money.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it was just he couldn't get by Tifosi in there, who was forward in there anyway on that kind of track. I mean, he did make the move wide to get to.
But he got there.
He just
got
didn't get his
there,
nose
man,
down, and he got there.
It's not like,
And he did have the lead briefly in there, so I understand where you're coming from. For me, like Acacia also agreed and said, the cutback to me is just key for this horse today, and first-time tag, where everybody else has kind of had their opportunities for a tag. At least we'll see what he can do. If he doesn't win today, then
And Zayas is a rider that does look to get his horses into races. He's not a passive rider, and I like that about him. He obviously has only been riding in New York somewhat permanently over the last year or so from Florida, but I like what I've seen as far as he's a rider who looks to be aggressive, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, he's settled in now nicely, and he's been getting some wins and some heady rides by him.
But the lead with a horse that has absolutely no speed last time. A lot of riders, they just abdicate to who goes, and he ended up finishing second, but gave his horse its best chance, and that's the most you can ask from any rider. As the number 4 Fess, a little bit resistant to heading into the gate. They'll get him in shortly. He's a second-time starter. My man Ray Lou Gutierrez with the mount. We'll get him into the gate. We'll head upstairs to Chris Griffin with the call of today's second race.
Noble Heritage. Fess backed out of there. Was in the gate. Backed out. Now back in. Noble Heritage to the outside. All set. And they're off. Good beginning, and at the rail, Captain Fluffenstuff is flashing early speed. It's Captain Fluffenstuff with a nose advantage. 22 Black and Christopher Elliott in between horses now, and 3 wide, that's Fess. The one settling just off of them, the blue cap of Noble Heritage. Edgard Zayas, they're going to trail the field. Only 2.5, now 3 off of them as Captain Fluffenstuff with the head advantage. Captain Fluff and Stuff holds that rail position through a 22.65. Opening quarter mile, wanting to go as 22 Black is tugging at Elliott, wants to move forward, wants to challenge and now put a nose in front. Fess is back to a clear third. Noble Heritage getting drifted out wide is trying to rally on from the back as 22 Black is trying to dispatch of the leader. 22 Black has run on. Captain Fluff and Stuff is now back to second and dropping back. Noble Heritage is the one launching the rally from far out of it, and Fess has trailed off. 22 Black is the leader, approaches a quarter mile left to go, is going to hug the rail. It was a look back there from Christopher Elliott and sees Noble Heritage in pursuit and Captain Fluff and Stuff. They're still chasing this leader who hasn't put him away yet. 22 Black is still in front. Noble Heritage slowly making up ground. Captain Fluff and Stuff not out of it either. A 16th left to go. 22 Black is looking for the line. Noble Heritage lunging late. Noble Heritage in the late stages in time to get the victory. 22 Black was second, then came Captain Fluff and Stuff.
Couldn't quite stay the last 16th of a mile with 22 Black as Noble Heritage gets up for the win as the favorite.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was going to happen, but Edgar Zayas had this horse off the 3 early leaders. Once the 4 gave way, kind of shoved him a little bit wide there coming off the turn, but he stuck with it, and he stuck on him, working on him, and at the end of the day, 22 Black just kind of came back to them a little bit late in the going, so nice effort from your winner to actually get there. The 3, I don't know, I just kind of feel like we were watching the race together and we were like, hey, why don't we...
well, there's an inquiry here.
So we'll see what happens
Let's see what's going on here. There is an inquiry posted immediately. Don't know the situation, don't know what happened here. We'll obviously try to take a look at the head-on. I don't know if we'll go to break or get the head-on or the stretch in here. They put it up pretty quickly. I will say that, here we go.
Here we go.
So on the far outside is the number 5, Noble Heritage. The number 3 is 22 Black. We're gonna watch them to the wire. Let's see what happens. 22 Black with Christopher.
Out a little
got
bit.
a right-handed stick. The number 5. Now the 3 is coming out, but he hasn't made contact. What?
Isn't that more of the 3 initiating? Oh, right there.
Whoa,
right there.
Oh, he
Yeah.
did come in pretty hard
Yes.
to him. I don't know. Acacia, you got any thoughts on this one?
Well, Andy, it's right at that pivotal moment, right, in the stretch. We saw that leaning. The number 5, your unofficial winner, Noble Heritage, he switches back to his inside left lead. And it's at that point, because of where his body is positioned, that he starts to kind of lean on his foe. Now, 22 Black started coming out to him a little bit too, but I do think the response from Noble Heritage, when he switched back to that left lead, you could see his head turned, even on the pan shot as well. I think that was more significant than the initial drifting from the number 3, 22 Black, which to me was a little bit more race riding.
I was going to say the same thing to you, Acacia. It seemed like the 3, he has every right to come out there and sort of beat that horse, but it was the 5 that kind of made the contact.
Yeah, I believe so, and I think this may actually end up ultimately coming down. You can see his hindquarters just come out there, right there, too. You see when he switched back over, his hind legs kind of come out from behind him as well. So, yeah, significant contact there at the end. And, yes, the 3 does have absolutely every right to come out and meet, but right there, that was substantial contact near the wire. So we'll see what they do with this. But
yeah, I don't, you know, I'm not a steward. I don't want to be a steward. I have, for the most part, felt we've seen a lot of reasonable choices. I think one of the things that's really changed with Victor Escobar, who, you know, is so good with his time to do those stewards reviews with me every week, and of course Cody as well, and Cody is no longer with the Jockey Club. He wasn't able to stay. Talking about their decisions. But one thing I think that's really changed since particularly Victor coming is we haven't seen the herding that we saw in the past. They clearly were looking to crack down on herding. And in fairness to the riders were doing what they were allowed to get away with to try to win races. But I think that Victor's really done a good job of sort of changing that and saying, if you're going to herd and you're going to force people out, we're going to take you down. And as a result, the riders have changed the way they've been riding. And I think it's been a real positive change around here.
Yeah, it makes you think twice, for sure. You know, the old adage, it's not cheating until you get caught or until you get, you know,
well, no, they're
a
trying
slap
to
on
win.
the wrist.
I
don't
ever
races.
criticize a rider for doing something legal to try to win.
Right.
That's their job.
100%. 100%.
I think it's up to the stewards to dictate what is legal and what
policy is
isn't.
going to be.
And there's clearly been a real change, which has cut down the herding. And there is no change here. I think the stewards, probably assuming they're not making a change, made the decision that the 3-horse probably came out enough so that while the 5 came in and did foul the 3, maybe the 3 is the one that allowed it to happen. A fair decision, even though I wish it had come down personally. We'll take a quick break. America's Day at the Races will continue in a moment. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races as we head down to Laurel Park in Maryland. Announced yesterday that Maryland matched the offer to keep the rights to the Preakness. That was big news yesterday. And of course, they are racing at Laurel while they are in the process of rebuilding Pimlico as well as they're coming on the track. The number 1 is Vacoma Velocity. We know his sire is. And Sheldon Russell has the mount.
Yeah, 4 races on dirt that are just better than anything in this field coming up from Gulfstream Park. See if today if we can get the win at Laurel.
The number 2 is Divine Swagger.
Second time at this level, cuts back in distance today.
Big Shot Ness, who is a generous 5-2 right now, is the number 3 for Jamie Ness with Yedset Hazelwood.
Drops one more time in here, just might be able to get out front against this group. We'll see if we can get back to that debut race he ran.
The number 4, Treasure the Memories, makes just the 3rd start, and first time hopefully this horse won't be pulled up after being pulled up in the only dirt start for Mike Trombetta.
Yeah, just had trouble last time, wasn't his day.
The 5 is going to make it, Ben Feliciano.
Drops in class here today.
The 6 is scratched, and we round out the field with the 7, Hoorah, going out for Kevin Boniface with.
Pressed on the outside last time, now cuts back a little bit today, does draw outside, but got soundly beaten by Divine Swagger last time out.
Let's head down to Maryland for more from Callie.
Thanks, Andy. And while I do think the favorite for Ness is a little bit vulnerable, I'm going to go to the number 2, Divine Swagger, for TJ Aguirre, who I thought did a really nice job routing for the first time. He had to kind of chase after a little bit of, he had to go off of a slow pace, which I don't love for him. And he was really closing at the end for his first time routing. I think the 1-turn mile is going to be a beautiful fit for him. So essentially, the ride Brasino gave last time out, I'm not worried if he does it again, because he had to do an early move because of a slow opening half. So I think this is a gelding that will handle the 1-turn very, very well. The number 1 on the inside, Vekoma Velocity, I think it just attracts me by happenstance that Sheldon Russell gets on, because I think Sheldon is going to fit this one so perfectly. And at first I balked because of the whole second wire finish here at Laurel, but you know, the 1-turn at GP, it served this one well. And this one kind of is an ultimate grinder, to be honest, and was finishing up well. I see Shell being a really nice mix for this rider, so I'm less concerned. Shell's going to give a really nice finish to the second wire here. And mind you, Gulfstream Park is a speed favoring track, and it's helping here at Laurel, but again, I think Shell's going to give a good finish here, guys.
Well, talking about how the race is going to play out, isn't Big Shot Ness potentially the controlling speed?
You would hope so, and you would think so as well, especially with dropping one more time. And you would think that if Yested Hazelwood is in a position to take that lead, he's going to do it in here. His debut race back in February was a good race and probably good enough to win here. But it just seems like he just never got back to that race in subsequent starts. I know he's raced against better, then he tried Parks, and he's been in the mud a couple of times, but in a field like this, in a spot like this, with speed that he has, he should be going to the front in here and just take your best chances. And if you don't win, so be it. But you got to be in front in here.
There's just a relative dearth of speed in this race. I can't imagine he's not going to look to be forward here.
No, and I can't see Hoorah on a cutback with the fractions that this horse set the last time being in front here, especially with a horse like the 3, or even a horse like the 1 who doesn't have speed but will probably be a little bit more closer than he's been previously. I just don't see any scenario, unless the 3 just doesn't get out of there or there's no intent, where he's not on the lead.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like he's not going to be the speed in here. And did you pick him? I didn't see our picks.
I ultimately, I think, landed on the 1 in here just because I thought that this horse has had better races to go back on. It was a 1-3 scenario for me, but a little love to the 2, too. I think if they do move a little bit up front or this race collapses, this 2 might be able to get up in here in time.
I thought it was a relative 2-horse race between the 1 and 3, and I prefer Big Shot Ness, but I usually go to the speed. Let's go to Dave for the call.
They're off. Treasure the Memories, a beat slow to go. Big Shot Ness, wasting no time at all, going right to the front. Going to make it right there with early foot, and on the outside is Hurrah, racing in 3rd position, and a gap of 2.5 for 3 back to Vekoma Velocity Rail. Second last is Treasure the Memories, and trailing the field is Divine Swagger. Outkicked now some dozen lengths off that pace. Big Shot Ness to slow it down, 3/4 of a length from Gonna Make It, the opening quarter win at 24 and 4/5 of a second. So Big Shot Ness in an easy lead up front, leads it by almost 2 lengths. Gonna Make It is second, and Vekoma Velocity's third, about 3 off the pace. Hurrah is next in 4th, then Treasure the Memories and Divine Swagger in the back. 8 lengths will cover them, but Big Shot Ness and Yedzit Hazelwood in control from the start. They still lead by a solid 2 lengths heading into the turn. Gonna Make It ridden along for more, then Vekoma Velocity down to the inside. Hurrah's backed away, Divine Swagger gets through on the inside of that runner, and Treasure the Memories. Racing to the top of the stretch, a little less than 3/8 to go. Long way home for Big Shot Ness. Big Shot Ness, Vekoma Velocity saves ground, is charging and willing from the second spot, has 4.5 or 5 to make up on Big Shot Ness. Vekoma Velocity clearly to second. Then Divine Swagger's made ground for the back of the pack into 3rd. 1 furlong left to run. Big Shot Ness by 4. Vekoma Velocity still digging down under a drive. Vekoma Velocity very willing on the outside with a 16 to go. Vekoma Velocity and Big Shot Ness to settle it. Vekoma Velocity to win from Big Shot Ness. And then it was Divine Swagger 3rd. And Gonna Make It.
The 2 top contenders run 1-2, but it was your pick, Vekoma Velocity, getting it done.
Didn't even get away the cleanest either under Sheldon Russell. Just ended up on the inside, kind of cruised up into that 3rd spot, and had a big opening at the rail to come through to go after Big Shot Ness. And yes, that Hazelwood did exactly what we thought he would do, is get a clear, easy lead in there. And just was willing, as Dave Rodman said, down the lane to catch this loose on the lead runner and Big Shot Ness, and just got there in the final strides. But logical finish, 1-3, two best horses ran 1-2.
The fourth at Laurel looked a little bit like the second at Aqueduct. It was the old 1-3-2 at Laurel. I'm going to step away for a little while. You're going to be joined by Todd Schrupp up here. We'll be hosting for the rest of the day. I'll be back around 3 o'clock, but it's a pleasure as always, Paul. Thank you for watching. Stay with us, though. America's Day at the Races will take a quick break. We'll be back with plenty more action here at Aqueduct as well as Laurel Park.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
10-25, 10-25, at 25-35, 335,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic Paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at naira.com/groups.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Welcome back to a Friday of great thoroughbred racing action from around the country here on America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be joined by Paul Veterosa. I have to tell you, hanging out, waiting while you and Andy were doing the show, I walked through the grandstand. Exceptionally sizable crowd on this Friday. I think we're starting to see more people show up as the days wind down here at Aqueduct.
The feels.
Yes.
Everything is starting to come in price. And, I feel the same way, too, being the first racetrack I had ever come to. Being my hometown, just living a few blocks away. Everything is a last now.
Yes.
There was a first, today was the last Talking Horses that I was scheduled for here. The last kind of blood horse thing I did. Maybe the last show. I don't know what the schedule looks like for next week. So it's all hint.
All right.
Hint.
That went to a dark place.
Yeah, no, but it's fun. It's really just something that I'm honored to be a part of,
I agree
and
with
just to be part of this history through the years, something I never would have thought of, as a kid coming here for the first time. So I think it's great no matter what.
Yeah, they inaugurated Aqueduct at the turn of the 19th century. That's how long we've had racing at the Big A. One other point about this whole thing with crowds coming out. So, I don't want this to be a hallmark of my career, but I presided over a few track closings. And the one thing that was always left by everyone who watched throughout that final week was, where were these people the whole time?
I know. It is true in a way, you know, but we have had always a hardcore group of fans that were here day in, day
loyal.
out. Yes, stay loyal 100%. The people that were here when I was teenagers, they're still here. We're all just a little older.
Call for Riders Up. Well, you are. Call for Riders Up. I like to pretend I'm still the young lion. Race number 3 here, Belmont at the Big A. 7 furlong claiming event. It does start the pick 6, and the pick 6 pool sitting there at $15,500. Scratch the 1, Maxi Sure. So as they start our post parade, it'll be this horse, the 2, Ish Kabibble.
I struggled a little bit against winners, but 3 starts back, blew that maiden claiming field out.
Power of Women is the 3 to 5 favorite. Single in your mind or vulnerable?
Playing against her today, but a legitimate favorite, I think, just based on the numbers in here and the races that she's won, if you like her.
Here is the 4, So Vain. I bet you think this song is about you.
Ah, little Carly Simon. Well, little Linda Rice on the reclaim here.
Yeah, very good. And Carly Simon writes about going to Saratoga in that song. Here is the 5, Paradise. I mean, off the last 4 starts, how could you like this horse?
It's tough, but this is a big drop in class for this horse, and Blinkers coming off today. Should be a big price, though, against this group.
Polyman, always optimistic. I like it. Here's the 6, Icy Legs. Got to throw out that last race on the sloppy track, right?
Yes, it was not the greatest of efforts, but it was also a step up in class, and I love to see Dennis Lalman win a race, so I wouldn't mind if this horse wins. Getting back to a more proper level, though properly spotted for this horse.
Let's talk more about the favorite. That's your live post parade for the 3rd here at Aqueduct. Let's talk about our favorite, Power of Women. The most recent start, at least the trouble line said there was something there, that this horse kind of lost all chance at the start. So we're going to look at the race prior to that, March 20th, where this horse did get a very good start, but ultimately lost by a nose.
Yeah, but Cravings was also dropping down for Brad Cox in there and kind of ran her down in there. Again, no real excuse. I mean, the pace was what it was. She was pressured a little bit early on, but, still ran game to the line. And listen, it's no shame losing into a Brad Cox drop-down horse here for Sandy Goldfarb. So just couldn't make the lead last time out against better. Now drops back in class here today. And she's just run faster races consistently than most of this field. So legitimate favorite at 3 to 5. She should be the speed in here. We'll see how it plays with the 4 just outside of her. But she may be loose in here. We'll find out if she can see it through.
I must have done something really good in a previous life because I get to work with the Polyman and I get to work with Acacia.
Thanks, Todd. The feeling is mutual. Great to have you here on this Saturday, gorgeous days. Take a look at your favorite and Power of Women. Now, last time out, yes, as Paul touched on, she was running against better. Celtic Dawn was off of the layoff, but she was a very short price in that field, and she would come back to win a stake, though, on the turf with an 80 buyer speed figure in her subsequent start. But I'd written down in my notes that day when stepping up in class that Power of Women was really sharp in the preliminaries, and I liked the extra half furlong. I like her getting even more of a distance in the 7 furlongs in here today. Just kind of built like that, but she is a little bit more subdued overall. She has perked up out on the track, but I just think that she has natural speed, and when she kind of had a slight stutter step, I don't know if it was really lost footing, and she went forward chasing, I don't think that it totally impacted her from getting the lead that day. I just think that she was in a bit over her head. I do expect her to be on the front end today, and overall, she probably just looks best, and she is a very short price. Now, the number 4, So Vain, a reclaim for Linda Rice, as she previously owned this one as well, and she is a horse that comes back off of a disappointing effort. Now, she did go to her nose at the start. She had a significant stumble last time out, and she was 3-4 wide the whole time before flattening. So I'm willing to forgive her that first start when facing winners last time, and now she's back in Linda's care. I'm oddly enough, don't really have many notes on her throughout her career. Haven't seen her that much. So I don't know if this is really the most typical, but usually with Linda Rice's horses, we see them carrying a lot of weight and conditioning, and that's not the case with So Vain. I'd like to see her put some more muscle mass on her hind end and see if she could build that up a little bit more. Just wish that she was a bit stronger overall. Now, the number 6, Icy Legs, she gets a drop in class, which I think should suit her. And while she won at the mile, I like the slight cutback in distance for her. She's a pretty small horse. There's not much of her. Last time she was just never involved and never really looked like she was at any point covering or any threat to that field, which was much better. Wish Andy was on for this one, as Dennis Lallman is his favorite trainer, especially when he picks up a new claim. I think she's just going back to a logical spot in here. I like the slight cutback, and she did get sharper when she got out on the track, offering perhaps a little bit of an alternative, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. I'd like to have her as my personal trainer, suggesting one of the horses needs more of a glute workout. You got to work on those glutes. Big leg day.
Yeah, really. That horse needs to just start pumping and pumping and pumping. This is going into a really bad place.
So, how about Ricardo Santana
Yes.
Jr.? He's gone into a good place. He's sitting second in the standings. It's kind of on again, off again with Ricardo Santana Jr., but the streak is really on right now.
And the one thing about Ricardo, what he's added to this riding colony from when he started riding here earlier this year, was that he adds aggressiveness.
Yes.
Right? And
Yep.
he's not afraid to go out there and mix it up with horses that put him in a position to be up close and up front, where sometimes it's a head scratcher on what's going to go on out there. And I just think, yes, while he is streaky and while he has traveled out of town for various other engagements, when he's been here in New York, his rides have been solid, and he's ridden horses and won with horses that are big prices as well. It's not just, a favorite brigade for him. So solid addition to what we have here.
Yesterday, we had John Embrial on the set to talk about memories from Aqueduct and his memories over nearly 50 years working for the NYRA. But I've got a horse player friend that every time Ricardo Santana Jr. wins, I don't know how he has the sound bite, but he sends it to me, and it's Johnny I after a race going, Ricardo! He would hold out the O, Santana Jr. And it's great.
Johnny I, one of the best.
Okay, what are you going to do in this race? We got the 3 to 5 favorite, but you see some other possibilities.
I ended up on Sylvain in here, and it was more of the reclaim angle for Linda Rice, and also last time out was up against it, went down to her nose at the start. It's hard to recover from that. Lady Wisdom was a significant class dropper in there. 2 starts back, she did break her maiden. She did it well. She was up close to that pace. I understand fully that that was her best race and her best fig, and it was on a sloppy seal track. So it's tough to kind of take her at a little bit of a shorter price. But Linda Rice doesn't reclaim horses for the sake of just reclaiming them. And I think that there's something there. I also think putting Kendrick aboard also is going to show that this horse is going to be a little bit more forward, probably just off power of women in here. And that's the trip I'm hoping for, honestly, right off the favorite.
About ready for a start. Race number 3 here at Aqueduct. Let's go up to Chris Griffin with the call. It's America's Day at the Races.
Icy legs. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Power of Women broke sharply from in between horses right to the front, immediately up by a length and a half, almost 2. Power of Women will show the way to the outside. Icy Legs is challenging there with Carrot Ice. They're second and third. Just behind them, tight hold, Sylvain, center of the racetrack in fourth, and the early trailer, Ishkabibble. Power of Women, the favorite here, is in command and cruising right along. 23.47. Easy opening quarter mile for Power of Women, fully in command. Icy Legs, stalking from second. Sylvain has taken third. Carrot Ice is back to the back end of the field. They're with Ishkabibble. They've got to catch Power of Women, who's into the turn, has had it all her own way. And Power of Women, Sylvain is ready to challenge to the outside. Icy Legs is all in, trying to make up ground, is third. Ishkabibble is going to take the rail, and ground saving towards the inside, has taken that third spot away. Far back gets Carrot Ice. Power of Women, 47.04, the half mile time. Not moving a muscle yet is Ricardo Santana Jr. now asking Power of Women to put the race away. Is approaching a final furlong, and the margin is increasing. They are all following Power of Women inside the final 16th. This is going to be an easy victory, and Ricardo Santana Jr., they get the win. Ishkabibble's in a photo there with Sylvain and Carrot Ice in 1 minute, 24.08.
Well, the favorite absolutely dominates here.
Oh, wasn't even close. After the first 100 yards, this race was done. I mean, you got soft fractions, got an easy lead, and just drew off in the stretch. Sylvain made a little bit of a run at her in the turn, and Ricardo Santana was like, I don't think so. And they just took off in the end and got the job done. This was as easy could be for this horse in here for Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, you get to the half mile, 47-2 for this horse, even at this level. That's pretty much done at that point. Power of Women got bet all the way down to 3-5 at one point and stayed there as your 3-5 favorite. It's got to be some 9 lengths back to your second place finisher, and barely. That is the 2. Ishkabibble with the 4. Sylvain finishing third. But everyone is in the wake of Power of Women here. A 3-year-old daughter of Big Brown, so you have a Rick Dutrow connection there.
Yeah, solid. Nice to see. And the drop down certainly helped getting back to her friends today. And just at the end of the day, like we said earlier on, Todd, she's just run the most faster, consistent races against the field she's been in.
What if there'll be a claim here? I mean, after all, you're talking about a 3-year-old filly, big summer ahead. We got a lot more coming ahead. Speaking of the summer, it's Saratoga celebrating 250th birthday of our country. We'll tell you how they're going to do that all summer long. We'll be back. It's a big 4th of July, the United States celebrating the 250th birthday, and Saratoga is going to host a special holiday of racing. It is the July 4th Racing Festival, and great opportunities to be there. And this important week for our country, and a fabulous week of racing in Saratoga Springs, New York. 3-day admission pass is just $15. And on Friday, you got the free tumbler with admission. Saturday, $1 hot dogs, and then live music and family activities. Look, it's a good time to go to Saratoga anytime, and it's going to be great that 4th of July week.
Yeah, you know, it's always great racing. It's always a good time when you're there. And I always say to everybody, you know, a bad day will get better at the racetrack for you. You know, you always have a good day, and there's no better day than being up at Saratoga, and especially the giveaways are always popular up there, and it's always a fun time to celebrate. So get on out there and have some fun, celebrate not only our great country, but also great racing and a great facility as well, and just the time-honored tradition of Saratoga, and that's what it's all about, you know, making memories. And that's what you got to do.
I had someone I saw on social media was saying how great all these international travelers for the World Cup are going to be here over the 4th of July, so they get to see Joey Chestnut eat all those hot dogs down in Coney Island.
I think he should prep by coming up to Saratoga on that Friday for a dollar hot dog day. It's nothing like a prep.
Well, whether Joey Chestnut can make it or not, the most important person is you. So hopefully you'll join us for that 4th of July Racing Festival. Okay, back here. We have an easy winner at 3-5 to start the pick six. It is Power of Women. The only question is whether or not the claim tag will be hung here.
We'll find out in just a little bit, but easy as easy could be, was able to get to the front, and the race was literally over 100 yards into the race. You can't get softer fractions or an easier trip on the front end than Power of Women did. And credit to Ricardo Santana Jr. as well for taking that initiative and just letting this horse, not getting in this horse's way, as we like to say, just letting this horse do his thing.
Owned by Flying P Stable, trained by Rick Dutrow Jr., Chestnut filly by Big Brown out of the boys at Tosca Nova Mare. Woman Power was bred by Saul Kupferberg here in the Empire State of New York. Race number 4, 6 furlong starter allowance event for New York bred. Small field here, field of 4. What are you seeing on the tote board that stands out to you early?
Right now, that Three Little Birds is the favorite, but I think that's going to change a little bit. I think Magni is the horse to beat in some ways, but Salamini's World is the horse with the speed in here, so we'll see how it shakes out as the betting goes on. All
right, we have 19 minutes until the 4th at Belmont Park at the Big A, but when we go back to the reimagined Belmont Park, something new, the Empire Trillium Series Stakes. We'll explain when we return after this.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
One of the most exciting new initiatives in the world of thoroughbred racing is going to happen between Canada at Woodbine and the new reimagined Belmont Park here in New York. It is the Empire Trillium Stakes, and The names of the stakes races have now been unveiled for the Belmont portion. On December 26th, you're going to have the Tis the Law, the Gander, the Bar of Gold, and the Saratoga Dew. I love Saratoga Dew. January 23rd, it'll be the Long Island Derby, the Long Island Oaks, and then on February 23rd, the Elmont and the Queens Village, the Empire Trillium Stakes, giving an opportunity to horsemen and women in Canada as well as New York, and combining those horse populations for some exciting opportunities. Love this new idea between Canada and New York racing. Now it's all about Maryland racing, and you know I love her. She brings us great insight all the time. Talking about Callie Francois. Hey, Callie.
Well, hey there, Todd. Hope everything's going well on your end, and there's a lot to offer in this maiden race here on the turf. Listen, the Jamie Ness horse is the rightful favorite. I love the look of the 6 horse for Cal Lynch, but I wanted to talk about the Carrie Bryan horse in the number 3. A nice price of 4-1 right now in Crab Mentality, and last time out just needed to get a run out of that one. And what was most notable to me is that Daniel Centeno went ahead and just sent this horse gate to wire. Now, I understand Daniel just as a rider from riding with him, and I know that if he's giving that kind of ride, he's only doing it under real specific instructions. So with the fact that the horse came out, the race was off the turf last time out, that's where Carrie said, just go ahead and just send this horse, Danny, get some fitness out of him. He looked great in the paddock here. She looked great in the paddock, very strong for a filly here. So again, I'm given the excuse. I love this one coming back to this surface. Let's go ahead, though, to the number 9. 5-1 on Kentucky Mule for Lacey Gaudette with Javian Toledo and the blinkers on. And this is not the first Rudy to Lacey transfer by any means, and it was by means of being a Maryland bred. Just to update a potential late scratch on the number 1. But going back to the 9, I love the work tab situation. This one worked in company on the 7th with a first-time starter in Airbrush for Lacey, who just ran a late running 3rd. Just keep note of that horse when he runs next time out, but it ran well enough. And Rudy considered running her long before at Fairgrounds. So with the second wire, especially with the blinkers on, that just attracts a lot to me here. Lacey Gaudette 6-21 at 28% as of lately with a trainer change, Todd.
Callie, great insight. And just to repeat what Callie also pointed out, there is a late scratch here. The 1, Sadie's Holiday, is out. That horse was a logical contender, so you're taking a horse out of the race that, was a betting option in here. We don't know how the horse might have impacted the pace of this race, might have been on or near the lead, but certainly taking out a logical contender in the 1, Sadie's Holiday. Even money on the 5, Dandy Vandy. Polyman, 0 for 10. I can't play those horses. They eventually win, but they win without me.
It starts to get hard when they pile up those losses, right? So I know ran well last time out, even though got DQ'd on the dirt, gets back on the right surface, has solid figures. Everything says that this horse should be even money in here, except the fact that this horse just hasn't won a race yet, no matter what field this horse has faced. I had a little interest in the one who's not going to play. Kentucky Mule for me on the outside is the other horse that's my go-to for Lacey Gaudette. Great picture, by the way, of Lacey and I here like 20 years ago as kids. It's the wildest picture in the world, and I show Gabby, and Gabby just laughs.
Yeah.
Like when I show her, but it's just crazy. So it goes to show you, like, all the good times here just triggered my mind with that. But blinkers going on this horse. Second time on the grass. Didn't do much running in that first start at Churchill, but was wide that day against a bigger field. Draws outside here. I think is going to be better for that coming off of the layoff here. And Lacey's done well with these kind of horses. So maybe a little bit more forward, I think, getting back to the grass.
You talking about that picture reminded me of that fantastic picture of Riley Maude and Miguel Clement as kids. And then going on to be Grade 1 winners right about the same time. But I agree. Callie made the points about the 9 Kentucky Mule, about the workouts, the equipment change, blinkers on, and you made other good points about Kentucky Mule. I find myself being drawn to that horse as well at 4-1. What about the 3 Crab Mentality? She was talking about Daniel Centeno last time out, being a little bit aggressive with this horse. Maybe you'll see a different kind of ride today. But the horse also clearly needed that race. It was a race scheduled for the turf, as Callie mentioned, but moved to the main track. Shouldn't the 3 move up, second start off the long layoff?
You would think so, and in that debut race, too, ended up getting there sluggishly in that start, ended up being very wide. And the cool thing about being a Maryland bred in these races is Carrie doesn't have to worry about losing this horse because this horse can run for the waiver because of the state bred status of being a Maryland bred.
Excellent point. Sitting up on the board at 9-2. Checking the odds as they move in the line. Overwhelming favorite despite the 0 for 10 record is the 5 Dandy Vandy. But then you have 4 horses that are all within a point of each other, either 4-1, 9-2, or 5-1. Talking about the 3, 6, 7, and 9 crab mentality, Tiz Complex, truly thrilling. And as I say that, more money comes in for the 9 Kentucky Mule, now dropping down to 7-2 as the second choice. With a few more horses to load, let's go down to Dave Rodman with the call. Race number 5 from Laurel Park. It's racing from Maryland here on America's Day at the Races.
Kentucky Mule. Second finish, 5.5. They're off. Crab Mentality and Lux firing out to the inside draws. Tiz Complex is right there with early zip, and Truly Thrilling into fourth, and Jane and Mike is next. Kentucky Mule and Dandy Vendy is last of them all on the inside, about 7 or 8 off the pace of Lux. Lux leading the way from Crab Mentality, racing into the turn, and Tiz Complex right there looming in third and ridden along for a little more. Jane and Mike down to the rail fourth, and Truly Thrilling is in fifth. Out wide is Kentucky Mule and Dandy Vandy trailing the field. The only 7 from the front, long way home. Top of the stretch, and it's Lux leading the way a quarter mile out. Lux from Crab Mentality. On the inside there is Jane and Mike in third position. Dandy Vandy looking to move on as well. Extreme outside is Kentucky Mike, who's trying to motor on too. Kentucky Mike is coming with a nice final furlong run. Kentucky Mike far outside, gaining little by little. Lux still that lead. Truly Thrilling and Kentucky Mike on the outside. Truly Thrilling at Lux. Lux in front. 30-1. Lux trying to hold, and Truly Thrilling on the line. Photo finish. Truly Thrilling and Lux.
Oh, that is a tough beat if you had the 2 Lux threatening to pull off an upset at 37-1, but the 7 Truly Thrilling just finds enough here.
Lux did everything right with Carol Cedeno, but win the race here. Right here, we were just like, okay, 9's making a move. Can somebody else get through? And found a little gear late with a horse that actually ran a pretty nice figure 2 starts back, comparable to this group, albeit against $35,000 maiden claimers, and just coming to the line there. Oh, man, that's a tough beat. Yeah. That's a tough beat, but credit to Horatio Carasmanos for finding another gear for this horse on the inside, coming to beat the 2 there late.
All right, we're going to have some pretty decent prices when we come back to bring you the prices for race number 5 at Laurel. And also when we come back, we're going to turn our attention to race number 4 at Belmont at the Big A. As a matter of fact, the field is in the paddock right now. Currently, our favorite, albeit at just 8-5, is that horse right there, 3 Little Birds. Don't worry about a thing. We'll be back on America's Day at the Races right after this. Yes, you heard me say that. We've been talking about a lot here on America's Day at the Races, and we'll keep talking about it because there is a need out there after the tragic barn fire at Saratoga Raceway. Happened on Tuesday at 2:30 in the morning. 17 horses lost their lives, and we are trying to help with the recovery. Earlier today, Paul, you were talking about another way that people can just remind everyone about the need out there is wearing white today.
Yes, yeah, there's a lot of standardbred tracks around the country. Their horses will have white ribbons on. People will be wearing white as well. I'm wearing white today too to show my hearts with everybody at Saratoga Harness. Anytime I have gone there, they have treated me so well, both the horsemen and track management, also the announcer and all. It's just really a tragic situation, and the scariest, frightening, most thing you never want to have happened. And now all we can do is just support them and help them build back the best we can.
Well, and they need funds right now, and we have the t-shirt that is available. You can shop that at naira.com, and all the proceeds, 100% of the proceeds, go to help the Saratoga horsemen and women who've been affected by this tragedy. And there's another way you can participate with your dollars. That's by scanning that QR code. A GoFundMe has been set up. We appreciate any donation from $1 to $1,000, whatever you feel you can put forth. There is a huge need out there, and as we said, we're going to keep reminding people because again, it was just a horrific tragedy just a few days ago. All right, back in to the racing action here at Belmont at Aqueduct, and our post parade here for race number 4. Taking a look at the 3. Here's the 4. Three Little Birds, our slight favorite. Well, no, second choice at 9-5.
Yeah, putting blinkers on today for Charlie Baker. See if that helps.
The 5 is Magni, and this horse has been pretty consistent over the last 5 starts.
Has been, and is probably the horse to beat in here based on previous races.
Is the 6 the horse to catch, Salamini's World?
It's interesting on paper, yes. We'll see what the intent is with Katie Davis and Majestic Arc, though, because I think Majestic Arc has enough speed to at least kind of engage Salamini's World, but Salamini's World may be faster.
That is your live post parade for race number 4 here at Aqueduct. As the field goes out to warm up, we go out to Acacia Clement.
And starting off with your favorite, 3-2 on the number 5, Magni. Second off the claim for Anthony Ferraro, as this horse did finish second last time out up at Finger Lakes and was second best behind Sorority Prank, who was the favorite that day. And this is a horse that I think was in a good trip, in a good spot. Just kind of second best and at a bit of a price, but stacks up really nicely against his competition here as he comes to the NYRA circuit. Was claimed and ran immediately against New York bred competition, eligible for the New York bred starter here. You can understand wanting to take a chance with this type of condition. He warmed up beautifully. He got a little bit hot back in the paddock. He's typically, from my previous notes, a horse that does get very sharp and can get a little bit revved up. Nothing over the top, not agitated at all. And like I said, I really liked the warm-up from him out there on the track. Now the number 4, 3 Little Birds, gets blinkers on, a 3/4 cup being added in here today, and I think he just was facing much tougher company recently. Also really strikes me as the type of horse that does not prefer a wet track, which he had to face last time out, on top of running against some tough company. New York Scrappy coming back to win out of that race, and he was just totally outfooted at the beginning, though Ricardo Santana really asked him. And I could see immediately out of the post parade, Ricardo got him going for a big warm up, really asking him to go forward, and I think trying to rev his engines a little bit. He's not a horse that's going to be on the lead, but I imagine with those blinkers on, they might want to see him get into the race a little bit more, and it seemed that was Ricardo's intent with the type of warm-up that he did get in here. I think he'll like cutting back on a fast track, and I think he'll like the slight cutback to the 6 furlongs today as well. I am going to land, though, on the 6 Salamini's World, namely because of his tactics. As Todd touched on, he could be the horse that's the fastest early. He broke really sharply last time out, and he did have pressure on the front end before flattening. New York Scrappy, who I've mentioned before, has been in great form, came back to win. Egyptian also came back to win. So a live race that he did face one first time for Antonio Arriaga. Surprisingly, he has gotten the most subdued warm-up out on the track, but I think he just has natural speed and typically is very quick out of the gate. He was sharp back in the paddock, and we'll see if he can take them every step of the way in here, Todd.
Love that point by Acacia about the subdued warm-up here for the 6 Salamini's World. Often with those horses who are natural front runners, you'll see them kind of geeked up warming up, but that's not the case with Salamini's World right now. Certainly well within himself. Our favorite Magni is currently 6-5. That second place finish at Finger Lakes last time out, a win at Finger Lakes prior to that, but then was a winner here at Aqueduct. So as we were talking about in the post parade, I mean, the favorite certainly has the form to be the favorite here, but do you think 6-5 is the right price?
He's a little short. It's a small field, though, so I know he's going to probably take a lot of money, and people are going to see that he has a couple of wins on his docket in his last few starts. He really kind of turned a corner because for a while he was just a horse that was going long for a while on the turf. Then they tried him long on the dirt, and he just wasn't seeing things through. And then finally, back in March, he seemed to have turned a corner with that sloppy track race when he was dropped in for 12-5, and he kind of found his friends, got progressively better, and kind of just got the win, then went up to Finger Lakes and was claimed. Anthony Ferraro's an excellent trainer up at Finger Lakes, and, you know, of course, ran him right away in a non-winners of one because you just have to, and Sorority Prank wired the field that day. But getting back here, he's run some good races back here, and I think today being able to be tactical and to be handy enough, he can kind of cozy up in a spot where Salamini's World and Majestic Arc and maybe even Three Little Birds with the blinkers on will be a little bit more forward in here, and maybe he just gets runs them down in the lane.
So you're going to be, the favorite's going to be your top pick?
Yeah, I'm going to ultimately settle on the 5 in here.
All right, you've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully they're playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. The field about to move in a line for race number 4, which does start the late pick 5. There is, quote unquote, your longest shot in the field at odds of 4-1. That is the 3 Majestic Arc, who comes in with a record of 1 for 31, but that one win was here at the Big A. Our favorite continues to be the 5 Magni, who will arrive at the starting gate at 6-5. Second choice is the 4 Three Little Birds at 8-5. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin, race number 4 from Belmont at the Big A, live on America's Day at the Races.
Goes in, all set. And they're off. Salamini's World broke sharply and steadying after the start was Magni's to the back end of the field. Salamini's World has the lead, is up by a neck. Here comes Majestic Arc to apply the pressure, and these two hook up early. Well settled off of them is 3 Little Birds. Ricardo Santana Jr. in third, 3 wide, and the trailer is Magni. They sprint up the backstretch, and the leader is Majestic Arc. Rail position for Katie Davis and Majestic Arc, up by a half length now, trying to stretch the margin. Salamini's World won't go away, comes right back to the outside in the 2-path, 22 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. 3 Little Birds has been wide, and here comes a 3 wide run from 3 Little Birds. Magni saves some ground on the turn, is under a tight hold in behind rivals looking for a way through. They're approaching a quarter mile left to go. Salamini's World is trying to put away Majestic Arc, who's towards the inside. There's a big split right now if Magni's good enough, and Magni is trying to squeeze on through those 2 rivals, and Magni has now sprinted to the front. Kendrick Carmouche has now found that running room and trying to open up and doing just that. 3 Little Birds is trying to run on. Majestic Arc is battling on 2, but Magni from last to first will win it. Magni wins it over Majestic Arc, 3 Little Birds, and Salamini's World.
Oh, wow. There are dream trips, and then there's what Magni had, even more dreamful.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, just literally like we almost called it, right? Majestic Arc was able to get up inside of Salamini's World, and credit to Katie Davis for taking the inside position there, taking it to Salamini's World, and really ran a bang-up race. Just was too good, though, the 5, having a lap full of force. I mean, honestly, you knew coming to the top of the stretch, Kendrick was loaded. It was just a matter if he was going to be able to go anywhere. And look at the size of that hole that opened up for him, Todd.
Well, that's the thing, and I always feel in these smaller fields, you get more difficult trips because everybody knows where everybody is. So you can actually make it difficult on your chief competitors. But in that case, with the 6 Salamini's World, that horse was finished. There was no reason for Lescano to move over into that spot.
Yeah, try and close the spot off. Yeah. And I think what hurt 3 Little Birds today, honestly, was the blinkers on. This horse has been tactically enough to be close in races. When they broke, Ricardo broke running in there to try and get this horse up there. I just think it took away from what ultimately is 3 Little Birds' best chance to win, which is his closing kick. But make no mistake about the winner here. The winner was loaded basically from the turn home and just got it done over a Majestic Arc, which doesn't like to win, but faced better today and ran well.
That marks the 6th consecutive race that Magni has been in the top 3. As we said, just too good a form to beat today, going off at 6-5. Your entire order of finish, 5-3-4-6. Magni over Majestic Arc, over 3 Little Birds, over Salamini's world. When we come back, a look ahead to tomorrow, the Spectacular Bid Stakes. Big opportunity for New York breds.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one. This time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class. On the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Coming, Explorer's down towards the rail, but it's always a runner. She's going to do it in the Kentucky Oaks. Always a runner. She's always runners on top of the world.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Paul Verderosa, and that is a look at Magni, our most recent winner, taking race number 4 with aplomb.
Yeah, career win at number 4. Kendrick made it look easy, had the speed all in front of him, just needed a place to go, and once he did, he exploded. His 4-year-old gelding just made it look easy in the stretch. I don't think it gets much more easier than this. Even before this, you could tell Kendrick was loaded with horse. It was just a matter of if and when he was going to get through. The big hole opened up, and Kendrick came right there. I thought for a second they were going to close up on him a little bit, but he was already in that spot, and just under a hand ride was able to open up. And right there, a little reminder, just made it look easy and drew off late.
Owned and trained by Anthony Ferraro, Magni, a bay gelding by Audible out of the Lawyer Ron mare. Cara Mia Way was bred by Richard Greeley here in the Empire State of New York. New York breds, respect them, and a lot of respect here to our winner at 6-5. So the pick 6 starts out very formful. Favorite to favorite, that dollar double, 3-5 returns $4.03. Be honest, if you had made that play at the track, would you be scraping the 3 cents, the 3 pennies off the teller's window? Or would you just be like, keep the 3 cents?
You know, I don't even know if they give change anymore, do they?
And the pennies being eliminated.
Yeah,
I think at some
that's
point.
a good question. I don't think
we need to have that experiment before Aqueduct closes. I have had tellers look at me like, are you really asking for your 30 cents? Like, here's my whole thing. If I'm playing in person,
okay,
I at least want them to make the attempt. No, I'm not going to keep the 3 pennies. I'm not going to keep the 30 cents. But at least show me that you're willing to give it to me. If you start to make that move, I always go, that's fine.
It's the thought that counts.
It's the thought that counts in horse racing. Let's have some thoughts on the Spectacular Bid Stakes. Tomorrow, the Florida Stallion Stakes Series brings you the Spectacular Bid on the turf. Weather's going to be perfect, so we anticipate a firm turf course. And this is America's Best Racing, their race of the week. And Skolko's Folly is a main track only. I can understand why they put that horse there just in case, but we'll be on the turf. Let's start with our morning line favorite at 3-1, Spirit of New York.
thing about Spirit of New York is you can't blame them for taking a shot on the dirt race at the end of the season. I mean, you're racing for $500,000. So even though this horse ran well on the turf, had done well, was getting better with every start, you're still going to want to take that shot for that big money on the dirt. But it was a good 2-year-old season for this horse, which included 370 plus buyer speed figures, which is always great. He's the only turf stakes winner that's in this field. And with any 3-year-old improvement, he's going to be a handful off of the layoff, you would think, especially with the way that he is handy and the speed that he brings.
Yeah, that's the key. You're talking about the layoff. That race was back on September 20th of last year. More recently, on May 16th, we have a couple of horses that have met each other coming in to the spectacular bid. Talking about Sunday Boy and Wit Storm.
I like Sunday Boy. I just always have. And I just wonder, though, about the 6 furlongs and if he'll be able to work out a trip from there with his running style, because he doesn't really have that much early speed. So he's kind of at the mercy of what's going on in front of him. And I know that there's some speed signed on paper in here with the 5 and the 6, so we'll see also if the 9 kind of pops out of there as well. It's funny with Wit Storm, he just kind of ran in place the whole race until, if you watch here in the stretch, Sunday Boy was going and getting by him, and he kind of kicked on a little bit more there. He kind of showed a little bit more when Sunday Boy got to him. He can win. I'm just not sold on him, especially if he's going to be a short price in here.
Let me ask you about the turf course itself. We haven't had a lot of rain recently. Andy brought this up yesterday. It's a very firm turf course. Are we starting to see Honor near the lead a good thing? Is that something to consider in this race?
I think it's all going to be how dynamics play out and how intent also goes with it. When it does dry up here, it can tend to get a little bit more on the fast side. We'll also see where the rails are for this week and next week, and we'll see where they go from here for the weekend. And I think that'll also play a role in here as far as pace dynamics go. It's definitely something to keep an eye on for sure, something you'd want to keep an eye on.
Well, as Paul mentioned at the top of the show, everything seems to be, this might be my last at Aqueduct with closing day at Aqueduct. So I thought that was my last hot dog I had yesterday. These are the stakes races, the last stakes races remaining here at Aqueduct. The spectacular bid, which we told you about tomorrow, but then that closing weekend, the Ashley T. Cole, the John Hettinger, always great races anyway, but there'll be more sentimental value to those races since it is closing weekend forever here.
Yeah, and good turf racing too, and that's what we want to see now during the next week and couple of days that are left, is that the weather stays well and we can have a lot of nice grass races too.
Speaking of good weather, they're on the turf at Laurel. We saw an exciting finish in race number 5, a 4-1. Just out Noddy and a 30-1 on the wire. We stay on the turf for race number 6 to go 1 mile and 1/8. Let's meet our field in here, starting with the 1, Endless Vow.
Getting faster wise over the turf in the last 4 starts. That's what you like to see, an improving horse.
The 2, Lady Lena, she's going to have the lead. Can she go the whole way here at this distance?
That's the question. She was on the chase last time, but at least she'll get that good inside position here.
Here is the 3, Julia's a Fox, getting some play from the morning line anyway.
Yeah, the early lack of speed does hurt her here. We'll see how much pace sets her up late.
And a rider change on the 4. At least I had a rider change. I'm going to have to confirm that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do too. Saw fractions, though, in that win 2 starts back. I'm not sure this time, though, against this group.
Here's a look at the 5, V Inspired. Has not raced in September of last year, but did finally get a maiden win.
Yeah, improved when going long on the lawn, and that's what you want to see.
Here's the 6, Risk and Regret, coming off a second at Penn.
Yeah, I like this horse. This was a good prep for this horse, and I think this horse fits very well here today.
Now taking a look at the 7, our longest shot in the field at 38-1, and only other big pricing here like that, 37-1 on the 5. Here's the 8, Some River.
You'd think this horse would have a little bit of pace to run into in here. We'll see what kind of trip, though. It's a nice price if you like this horse today.
And the 9, Hysterics. Not the best of trips last time out. Could improve coming in from Delaware.
Yeah, it's another horse that it's like the tail of this field, Todd. They all come from way far back. So somebody's got to be up close in here, right?
And then finally the 10, Fani. That horse is definitely going to be out on the lead. And just to follow up, yeah, we did have the rider change on the 4, Donna Luna. It will be Carol Cedeno. And as they come out onto the track for the 6th Laurel, we get some insight with Callie Francois.
And long on the Laurel lawn here, guys, I go with the number 1 on the inside for Horacio De Paz, who got the right kind of trip last time out. And What's Your Big Idea was a really good second next time out, which is an angle I do like. I also like that this guy is coming off of a little bit of a 45-day-ish time in between races. That's an angle I always love, but I'm going to expose Angel Cruz here a little bit, but it's for his benefit because one of Angel's weaknesses is that sometimes he can ride a turf race a little bit like a dirt race. But in saying that, I have to give him so much credit from last time out. He gave a great proper turf ride last time. He went up the rail and it was fine, sprinting or routing, but she just isn't the horse to do a rail type of trip onwards. And I think Angel realized that. So while it's not great that she went off of the one post, I think Angel understands and he's going to put the right trip to her. Looks great in the paddock for Horacio De Paz. Also a bullet work doesn't hurt things on June 7th leading up. But let's go from the inside to the outside. Let's go all the way on Fani for Suzanne Stettinius with Ruiz on top. And this one's stretching out and moves like a steady goer that will suit well for routing, to say nothing of the gallop out that really just exceeded my expectations last time out. But the routing winners amongst the halves of the dam fit me well, but the setup of an outside post gives an opportunity to get this one to relax into it. I mean, last time out with the 22 and 45, with the way it was done, it was not done in hand. It was a bit of a rush job. So I think, I think that's a really big help. And you go back on the form, and I go back and on those steady comments, and they weren't to me dramatic steadies, but they were easing back out of spots. Maybe, 2 back was a bit more abrupt, but I'm splitting hairs here, Todd. But to me, yes, while the race does run through the 6 a little bit, I love the way the number 10 looked.
That's good enough for me, especially at 10-1.
It's interesting with the 10, right? Because the only time that this horse went long, this horse ran off early on.
Yeah.
I mean, ran off. And going back and watch the race, it's not like the horse, Thais Lavestina was trying to control the horse. It's just the horse just wanted to go, especially going, long for the first time. So I'm interested to see if this horse is going to be able to clear off and set sail again, if he's going to be a hard sell, if she's going to be a hard sell going long in here and not be able to control.
7-5 on the horse you're taking a look at here. That is the 6, Risk and Regret. And as the field continues to warm up, they're now making a move towards the starting gate here, stepping on the turf to go 1 mile and 1/8. Where are you going to ultimately end up here, Paulie?
Ultimately, I'm on the favorite, which, again, is not usually my jam, but I'm doing it here. That race at Penn was good enough. Now goes second off of the layoff. Face some saltier fields, too, for the level, especially at Delaware and Laurel, when you start to pick apart those races last year. And I know the horse was a bigger price in the majority of those races, but the horse made a good account himself on a few different occasions. So, and I think as we got towards the tail end of the season, especially that November 2nd race, I think this horse just kind of needed a break, having run from June to November pretty steady. So I think had the nice little bit of a layoff, came back over at Penn, was able to close in that spot, blame the bankers, not that bad of a horse. Now gets back, stretching out a little bit more, second off of the layoff, a little bit tighter for Tim Woolley in here.
All right, you've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. You can be playing it right now through your Naira Bets account. And the field approaching the starting gate. Remember, Callie Francois giving out the 10 Fani at 8-1. That horse is really going to have to rate today because I think there is going to be a challenge. I mean, that's not to say that the horse can't get the lead, just can't be a runoff type today because there's enough in here to keep this horse honest. I mean, most notably to me, I thought Donna Luna, the long shot, the 7 Pabst Little Patriot. I mean, they could be close to the 10 early on.
Yeah, you would think Pabst Little Patriot as well. You would also think, too, to some extent, the 2 as well. Now coming back, second start off of a break, too, will be a little bit more forward. Has been forward in every race, that she has been in for the most part as well. So she's going to have to work hard, I think, from that 10 post. I mean, she definitely does, have some sprint speed to back her up. So it'll be interesting to see what the rider's intent is coming out of this race. And, I mean, the other thing, too, is a lot of the money's landing on Paco Lopez, and you just can't count him out either, depending on where he's riding.
Seems everywhere. Like every time I look up, Paco Lopez is riding at the track that I'm playing.
Yeah, we were talking.
Sometimes I see 2 different tracks in a day. I'm like, wait, how's he over there too?
Yeah, Anthony and I were talking about it yesterday. That Paco's got like 35 wins at Monmouth, and the next guy's probably got like 9.
Yeah,
and
he's not even there full time. He's like, I'm just stopping in for a few days this week. Yeah,
you see him at Parks, right. Laurel, Delaware. Have tech will travel.
Speaking of everywhere, actually, this is our last race with you.
Yes.
Okay. Should we save an on-air goodbye for after this? Is that okay? You okay with that?
Yeah, we were just told yes, as a matter
Okay,
of fact.
all right.
Were you told yes, or was
We're going
I
to do
told
an
yes?
on-air goodbye after this, so be ready. Just be prepared to come on camera.
I'm not going to cry.
And get emotional. Moving into line for race number 6 at Laurel Park. It's the Paul Verderosa Cup, since it is his last race with us, today anyway, on America's Day at the Races. Andy Serling will be coming up in just a little bit, but right now, let's head out to Dave Rodman for the rest of the load and then the call. Race 6 from Laurel, live on America's Day at the Races.
Mile and an eighth. And they're off. Deep outside, Fonny going to flash up for early foot. Lady Lena away in second. Then V Inspired in third. Endless Vow and Pap's Little Patriot next. Risk and Regret settles to the back of the pack already. A good 10 to 11 off his speed. Hysterics 3 deep into the turn. Ground saving is Julia's A Fox. Back to Donna Luna, and trailing the field is Some River. Racing around that turn, and it's Fonny moving along. Fonny eager to go. Leads it by almost 3 lengths from Lady Lena. V Inspired on the outside in third position, just 4 or 5 lengths off his speed. Endless Vow saving that ground in the second flight. Endless Vow, eager to run, is moving along quickly. An early bid for Endless Vow as Fonny's off the rail, leaving room now for Endless Vow. Tugs Angel Cruise up on the inside second. Lady Lena's in third. Then it's a well-settled V Inspired in fourth. Pap's Little Patriot. Risk and Regret is on the inside. Risk and Regret only about 5 from the front. After that is Julia's a Fox at the rail, and Hysterics outside of Julia's a Fox. Some Rivers in the back with Donna Luna. 9 lengths will cover them into the far turn run. And so Fonny leads the way, kicks again. Fonny by 2 from Lady Lena. V Inspired on the outside of Endless Vow. Another 2 back, Risk and Regret trying to make progress on the inside as 6 to make up. Risk and Regret is looming up on the inside, begins to move top of the stretch. Endless Vow has come away with the lead and tries to kick on. Risk and Regret with confidence angles off the inside and is set down for the final furlong after Endless Vow. Here's Julia's a Fox tipping off the inside, running along, trying to get a share. Of the far outside is Some River. Endless Vow digging from Risk and Regret. Some River on the outside, and Julia's a Fox. Endless Vow. Endless Vow determined, and Risk and Regret follow. Risk and Regret surged at Endless Vow. It's very tight. Then Some River and Julia's a Fox.
Oh, Paulie, man, you're going to stay a little bit longer. I don't know who won this race.
I don't know either. And, you know, it's funny because the 1 ran up into the race early, taking it to the 10, but Angel Cruz took a lap full of the 1 in here, Endless Vow, and the 6 just got a perfect trip behind them on the inside, followed the 1, tipped 3 wide, came down the straight right here, like this horse is going to hang. This horse isn't getting there, and then Risk and Regret and Paco at the low. Oh, I don't know, man. That might have been the 1. The angle's really...
It is really deceiving because the camera, you'll see, is right before the finish line. So we're looking behind the field. So don't... you know, from this angle, you're like, oh, the 6 has plenty there to last. No, it's a deceptive angle.
Usually I'm good at calling these. I'm not calling that. I'm not calling that.
Paco Lopez in a photo finish here.
It's the right move, though. Good trip.
It was. Just when you thought, I mean, if you had the 1, you're like, all right, the 6 is finally going away. The 6 would not go away. Risk and Regret kept coming back for more with Paco Lopez aboard. And you can see the camera crew showing the 1 Endless Vow, but I'm sure they're searching for the 6 as well. There's a belief out there amongst horse players if the camera crew shows you a horse in a tight finish on the gallop out, that's who they think won. I'm not sure that's the case here.
They're usually right. We'll find out, though. And I mean, listen, you know, credit to the 1 because Endless Vow kind of got in a little bit of a jackpot, too, kind of getting tight with the 10. When the 10 kind of shut that horse off a little bit, Angel Cruz took a strong lap full of horse and was able to get outside the 10, get the lead, and try and hold off that late surge.
And there you see.
I just think the 1 got it.
It is the 1. So that, again, that's also a lesson about the angle that we're talking about here. Posted on the board, 16835. 2 to 1 over, 2 to 1 over, 9 to 5 over, 15 to 1 over, 23 to 1. As promised, we're going to say goodbye on camera to Paul. We have much more racing coming up. Andy Serling will join us. But for our audience, when can they see you next on the program?
That's up to our boss. You
don't know tomorrow's schedule?
No, I'm not on the schedule the rest of the weekend.
The rest of the weekend, so we'll see that.
Yeah, you have to the rest
but we could see you here closing week, maybe?
Oh, I'll be here closing week, no doubt, whether I'm on or not. I'm
you
going
have
to
to.
be here.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can. I enjoyed this time. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Paul Verderosa stepping out. It'll be Andy Serling when we return here on America's Day at the Races.
lights out. Locked, pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to a Friday of great thoroughbred racing action here on America's Day at the Races on our set at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be joined by Andy Serling. Andy, what have you taken away from the card thus far? 8 races on the program, pretty predictable results thus far.
Yeah, we've obviously seen 3-4 horse fields and a plethora of favorites getting things done. Things will open up a little bit more. We have an interesting field of maidens in race number 5. The 7th race on the turf seems like a good race. I thought the last race today is probably the most interesting race on the card, so things will get a little bit better with some bigger fields as we progress.
I was leaning into your shot. Now I'm leaning over this way.
Got pretty rocking some pretty nice socks there, my friend.
Thank you, yeah. It's a metaphor
it's
for the
all
pari-mutuel pools.
It's all a metaphor.
Yeah, they're shark socks. All right, at Belmont, a 1-mile maiden special weight event, and taking a look at the 6, currently at 7-5, talking about Mo the Merrier. And this horse had a good debut at the fairgrounds, but that was back on March 21st. Let's talk about the debut first.
Yeah, I mean, it was a race, and you'll take a look at him. He's the one moving on the far outside, and he's going to make a big run, but he does get caught. I mean, the horse who wins the race came from dead last, came from actually behind him to nail him at the wire. So it was a race that sort of fell into his wheelhouse. Now, listen, just because you close at 6 doesn't mean you're going to be effective at today's mile distance. But I think because it's a mile, he's going to be much, much more forwardly placed in the air. Whether or not it's in the lead, I don't know. But he should be more forwardly placed. He's taken an awful lot of money. They must like him today.
And sitting up on the board, as we said, as our favorite at 7-5. Getting a lot of attention because of the pedigree is the one, Kayado Hueco, by Into Mischief out of the brilliant race mare, Dunbar Road.
Yeah, Dunbar Road, for people not familiar, won the Alabama, lost the Breeders' Cup Distaff by a nose. She was an extremely accomplished and talented horse. And I know Chad Brown's been looking forward to getting this horse to the races for owner Peter Brandt.
Our cross-country sequence today, the cross-country pick 5, will begin right here in race number 5, Belmont at the Big A. And then we got a couple of Maryland races in there for you. Laurel Park race 7, Laurel 8. But again, 5, 6, and 7, part of the sequence from New York in the cross-country pick 5. Here's the aforementioned Kayado Hueco up on the board as our second choice at 5-2.
Certainly has a zillion-dollar pedigree. We'll see if he's able to live up to it.
Ovechkin's been gelded since the last start.
He's a horse you would expect to be forward in this race for trainer Mark Hennig, who had kind of an upset winner of yesterday's last race.
Langwood was taken out of the career debut for maiden 20 and bumped up significantly in class on the turf.
Yeah, this horse improved in the turf, and while he did have a bit of a trip in his debut on the dirt, that was a very slow race. Doesn't seem likely he's going to be competitive here.
Not big on 0 for 11 horses, but I feel like Fateful Lightning could maybe do this.
Well, he's only 0 for 4 on the dirt, Todd,
okay,
you know, with
point.
a second and 2/3, and he's run some good figures, so he's a player.
Another horse for trainer Chad Brown, that's the 5 Alghero.
Yeah, I mean, this horse is okay. He ran a solid race last time as a 2-year-old going 2 turns at Churchill, and certainly could improve and be a factor here.
We showed you the career debut of Mo the Merrier at the fairgrounds. Here's a look at him now.
Yeah, no surprise he's taken a lot of money in this race. That was a solid effort, and we'll see if he can stretch out effectively. He should be more forward.
Into the light, should be forward, but can this horse see out the distance against this group?
Yeah, listen, he finally showed some life last time, and the surface of the thing is figures fast enough to compete, but those were lessers.
The 8 looks a lot like the 3, Langwood. Debut, maiden 20, claimed out of there, moved out of the turf up in class.
I agree, and I think claimed actually from the same connections the number 3 was claimed from.
Good point.
You know, it's the same thing. Sports Hero, who beat him, would be 150 to 1 in here, so nice enough horse, but these are better horses.
That is your live post parade for race number 5 at Belmont at the Big A. Acacia, a lot of people looking at this horse because of the pedigree. What is Collado Hueco showing you?
It's interesting, Todd. I don't really know what I was expecting, but he's not what I expected. He's massive, this horse. As a son of Into Mischief, Dunbar Road had a lot of size herself as well. Obviously, she was effective at races like the Alabama and going those classic distances. I think the mile is really just the starting point for this guy. There's a lot of him, and furthermore, he seems like a horse that he's a little bit of a punk, for lack of a better phrase. He really kind of throws his weight around a bit, and while he's getting a big warm-up out there from Flavien Prat, I think he really needed it to get a little bit more focus. Like I said, I feel like he will appreciate more distance. It looks like he had some old skin disease. It seems like his coat is coming in a little bit better now. Obviously, with that pedigree, he's really not a candidate to ever be a gelding, but he is the type of horse that looks like maybe he might need some things to come together. So I was a little bit surprised to not see him as the favorite. Obviously, I'm very excited to see what he can do with that pedigree, but I'm going to keep my eyes on him and watch him with interest. The other Chad Brown runner in here is the number 5 Alghero, as those two have actually been training in company together, Collado Hueco and Alghero. This one has been exposed, though maiden 100,000 in here, as he is quite sharp out there on the track.
And there's a look at the 5 Alghero, currently 5-1. Our favorite continues to be the 6 Mo the Merrier. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, a day of great racing action underway at Aqueduct, and a little more than a week remains in this historic racetrack's existence. We'll be talking a lot about that over the next week or so. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling, and thanks to those of you joining us for the first time today on Fox Sports 2. Andy, coming up right away for our audience. In fact, they're getting to the starting gate here for race number 5. Interesting maiden special weight group, but very interesting because of a first-time starter with a tremendous pedigree.
Yeah, the number 1, Collado Hueco, certainly has a grade 1 pedigree. The dam, I mean, Into Mischief, the sire, obviously needs no introduction. He's been the top sire in the country for quite a few years now. And the dam, Dunbar Road, won our Alabama. She got beaten in the nose in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and she was really one of the best horses of her generation. She was, I don't know if you remember, she was also eligible for the Kentucky Oaks. She didn't get in that race, but she eventually won the Alabama. A serious racehorse, and we were looking it up. Horse is named for the estate where owner Peter Brandt and his wife Stephanie live down in Palm Beach.
Yeah, I think that property was purchased for $46 million about 6 years ago, but it's a historic property, so they received a lot of praise because they're preserving the history of that important property. And I love the fact, with Peter Brandt, there's always something, it's an interesting name.
I agree.
Yeah, and it makes you look up something, and
It's been good for Chad Brown. He's learned about a lot of famous people, too, over the years. Miles D, he ran for Miles Davis. Of course, Peter's a big fan of Nabokov. He named a horse Quilty, named a horse Nabokov. That horse is actually still running. Peter long ago lost him. But, yeah, he has some I agree. It's fun things. A lot of artists, photographers, de Marchelier. And the only reason I knew the name of that horse was from the Devil Wears Prada.
Race number 5 at Belmont Park is a minute away. It also starts the cross-country pick 5, and we're going to get some insight now with Acacia Clement. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Todd, as Mo the Merrier is the one taking most of the attention on the board, does have one race under his belt as he will stretch out in distance coming back off of the layoff and coming here to New York. According to the DRF Clocker report, he was training with 22 Black, who was beaten a nose earlier on the card for the same connections. This one, he's pretty solid. He acts like a horse that wants to go longer. I like him stretching out, and I do like that he has been in the care of Kenny McPeak's assistant, Jimmy Jerkins, here in New York recently. Chad Brown sends out 2 in here. The number 5, Alghero, very sharp coming back off the layoff. I would say that he is fit enough returning, but does look to me like a horse that would need to take a little bit of a step forward and maybe to appreciate a touch longer as he was going 2 turns before he was sidelined back in November. As the number 1, his stablemate Collado Hueco, waiting to see what this horse with that massive pedigree will do. He is an enormous horse, one that had a big warm-up, I think because he lacks a little bit of focus still as well. I'm very excited to see what he can do with that pedigree, but he is one that really strikes me as the mile is just a starting point for him. He will appreciate more distance like his dam Dunbar Road, and maybe he will figure things out a bit as well, though he has been training very sharply in the mornings. There's just a lot of him, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia, and I'm excited. You know, the inside draw is never good for a first-time starter. That's one thing to consider here with the 1.
First of all, I don't like using the word never in racing.
True.
I think trainers don't like getting the rail because you get the rail, it doesn't leave you a lot of options. You know, you have more options, obviously, breaking outside to see what goes well. But we've seen plenty of firsters do fine from the rail. The other thing I think people have a problem with the rail, especially in the mile and 7 furlong shoot races, is because the angle that we shoot it from always makes it look like the inside horses are breaking slowly, when in fact they're not necessarily breaking slowly. So yeah, I'm sure that Chad Brown would rather have drawn post 8 out in this race, but drawing the inside is just fine if your horse is good enough and it breaks well. But the bad break isn't great no matter what post you have, right?
And just to be clear, you never say never?
Yeah, pretty much. I just feel as though, you know, you'll hear these things. I heard somebody talking on another network saying the rail is never good. Well, that's just stupid.
Yeah,
there's plenty of times the rail's good. How about 2-turn mile and 8th races here? You want to draw the rail. You know, there are different situations. Everything is circumstantial.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground. Who do you like?
I picked the 1 here. Chad Brown was high on this horse, and, you know, I think the 6 is probably the other horse in here. I'm not going to be surprised if the 5 runs well, but I like the 1.
Here's Chris Griffin.
Slow beginning for Collado Hueco is the early trailer. Speed from Into the Light is right to the front, and Into the Light is now challenged by Ovechkin the Gray. And here comes Ovechkin to the inside, and these two go back and forth, but Ovechkin puts a neck in front. Back to second is Into the Light, then third is Languid, is followed to the outside by Mo the Merrier, who's now a close-up third. Just behind them, in the 5th position, comes Aston Answered from the far outside draw, and towards their inside, Alghero. The 2 at the back, it's Fateful Lightning and slow starting, Collado Hueco. They work up the backstretch in 23.18. The opening quarter mile, Ovechkin stretches the margin, and Ovechkin is up by a length and a half, almost 2. Into the Light is a clear second still, and battling behind them 3rd and 4th, that's Languid with Mo the Merrier. Trying to move in closer and scrubbed along is Alghero, is trying to rally there with Aston Answered. Collado Hueco starts to warm to the task now, has taken second to last position to relegate Fateful Lightning to the trailer. 45 and 4, the half-mile time, Ovechkin with a half length in front. Ovechkin, and here comes Into the Light, is ranging up to the outside. Mo the Merrier starts to move in closer, just took an awkward step there. Mo the Merrier is looking for room, is trying to move on through, is hemmed in right now by Aston Answered as they chase Ovechkin. Into the Light is ready to secure the lead. Mo the Merrier now opening up that stride, and here comes Mo the Merrier from in between horses. Aston Answered fights on 2. Into the Light is still there, a 16th left to go. Late rally, Collado Hueco. Into the Light is almost there. Into the Light, Aston Answered. Into the Light won it. Into the Light over Aston Answered, then came Mo the Merrier, and an oncoming flying late, Collado Hueco.
Into the Light gets the win, but winning on the gallop out is the one, Kayado Hueco, but there is no window where you can cash that wager.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Hueco Hueco is obviously the best horse in the race, but, you know, first-time starters, and he broke about 3 lengths slow from down the inside. I don't even think that's what got him beat. It's when he stalled in the turn that got him beaten here. Improbable horse moving out of a maiden claiming race, able to secure the lead. They went a reasonable pace. It wasn't super fast by the standards of today's races. Not a horse I could have made, but he gets the job done at 15-1 coming out of a maiden claiming race.
Always happy to see those silks in the winner's circle belonging to JMS Stable, and this is a homebred for Samantha Siegel. Let's go back to the start. We talked about the perils of the inside with Kayado Hueco. It didn't matter where this horse was breaking today. This horse was very slow.
No, he just broke a good 2 to 3 lengths behind the field. I don't know if the headline doesn't mean anything. We saw him, he broke 2-3 lengths behind the field. Anyway, regardless of that, you know, he made a move around the backstretch like he was going to be just fine. You and I were watching. And then he stalled around the 5/16 pole, and he just didn't go anywhere, and then suddenly he refound things. Obviously, he's a horse that'll benefit from the start. He'll never lose to any horse in this race again in all likelihood. But today, he needed the start to become more professional.
Yeah, in the meantime, taking advantage of the poor break by one of your favorites in here are 2 long shots. It is the 7 Into the Light at 15-1, and then finishing second, the 8 Asked and Answered at 20-1. After a day of a lot of favorites, couple of long shots here in race number 5. And when we come back, we'll talk about the feature on tomorrow's card. It is the Spectacular Bid Stakes, part of the New York Stallion Stakes series, and Spirit of New York, your 3-1 morning line favorite. That's ahead on America's Day at the Races. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. And back here in our most recent race, it is the performance of the 7 Into the Light, getting out to the lead and then determined to hold on to it down the stretch. Does exactly that with the 8 Asked and Answered. But one to watch next time out is your fourth place finisher, who is sitting right now in sixth and about 8 lengths behind the leaders. Will pass everyone past the wire. You know, one of our sometimes colleagues, Simon Bray, doesn't like the whole gallop out. He's like, well, the horse won the race when everyone stopped. Does it mean anything? Do you look at the gallop out, watching the one here go by everybody late?
If you need the gallop out to know this horse was best, you probably should pick a different profession as far as handicapping.
There's a different view.
There are different gallop outs. I agree a lot with what Simon said. Sometimes it's horses that weren't running that suddenly the race is over, they find their stride. I think it's overrated in general. The point of the one is not the gallop out. The point of the one is that he got left, and he also was green. He didn't know what he was doing. If he kept on his move around the turn, he would have won this race by 2 lengths. He just kind of stalled in the turn.
My point is, he lit my bankroll on fire.
Me too.
Today, anyway. Today. Race number 6, Belmont at the Big A, mile and an eighth. Optional claiming event for New York breds. Non-winners other than twice. The optional claiming price, $45,000. I thought a competitive race for a smallish field, the field of 6.
I agree. I mean, the horse who's likely to be favored by post time is the 3, Concord Spirit, who right now is sitting as the second choice. He figures to be forwardly placed along with the 5, Shadow Dragon. Easy Roll will probably be the second choice, even money right now. And Whittington Park is obviously not going to stay at the higher price of 5-1 now. He's a deep closer.
That 5th race at Aqueduct was the start of the cross-country pick 5, so we start with a big number. We've got 2 races mixed in there in that sequence from Maryland, and so we get to race number 7 coming up, a 6-furlong optional claiming event. Looking at the field leaving the paddock area, and we start with the 1, Intrepid's Legacy, who's been in pretty good form as of late. Slight favorite right now at 3-1, but any one of 4 horses could ultimately be the favorite.
Yeah, it's hard to believe the 2 is not ultimately going to be the favorite. Prince of Jericho is getting back to the dirt. The 1, Intrepid's Legacy, doesn't have a lot of speed.
How about the win streak that the 3, Cyber Time is on?
Yeah, I mean, I think a concern with the 2 just went by the way, is that he doesn't win. He lost 4 straight photos in dirt races prior times. Cyber Time's been running well, but you haven't seen him for 11 months.
Yeah, 6 straight wins, though. The 4, Bold Diversion.
Yeah, he doesn't have much speed, but he's got races fast enough to win this race. He needs to bounce back off his last.
Shaft's Bullet, we haven't seen this horse since May of last year.
Yeah, he's a turn back here and probably a lesser player at this point.
The 6, How Great Is Nate, up on the board at 9-2. This play kind of surprised me that this horse is taking that kind of money.
I agree. It feels like that'll change as we get closer. His lack of speed and his recent form is a problem.
And the final horse in our post parade, SS Sinatra.
Well, he drops after being over his head last time out in the Maryland Sprint. Not impossible.
That is your live post parade for race number 7 at Laurel. And we are privileged to have Callie Francois on site for us in Maryland to bring us her thoughts and observations. Hello, Callie.
Hey, Todd. Hey, Andy. Thanks for bringing me back on for Fox 2. Happy to be here. Now, let's focus. And, Andy, you mentioned this with the number 2, Prince of Jericho, who I agree will ultimately end up being the favorite. And I think everything centers around him because I do think he is going to be – Sheldon's going to send this guy because while you do have Cyber Time, who is, I don't disagree, very speedy, I think Sheldon – I think the connections of Cyber Time, Toledo is just going to play off the break and run from there. But when it comes to Prince of Jericho, you can't help but cheer him on because when you watch him, he's just, you won't find a horse who loves the hard-nosed boxing slug-out kind of fight to the wire rather than Prince of Jericho on the dirt. His era of second-itis on the dirt is solely due to just being unlucky and losing out on the head bob. They, connections, because he was having that second-itis, they tried to just give him a little bit of a new stimuli to maybe get some encouragement for him. That wasn't working. And you find some of these horses who really appreciate getting back to the dirt once they've kind of tried it and they're not really into the turf so much. But with that being said, let's go to the inside in Intrepid's Legacy for Gary Capuano, and a compliment to be bested by her stablemate as Haley's First Notion, who later on ran a very respectable close 3rd in the Maryland Sprint Stakes on Black-Eyed Susan Day and just missed out on winning another stake last weekend to Quince Brew. And if you're on the storyline that Prince of Jericho is just playing bridesmaid, this is the one to go against him with. The biggest challenge is how far he's going to let Prince of Jericho go while being on the inside of him. He's just such a brick house of a gelding. I think that's not the easiest for him, but we do have Gary Capuano, who is 13 for 47 at 27% off of the layoff. And I do think that, Hazelwood is going to be able to find a seam for him. He's going to let Prince of Jericho go and try it. And he's such a big horse. He's able to do whatever he wants on the backside as far as getting him outside on that 2-path. Andy and Todd.
Thank you, Callie. And I want to go back to something that you were saying in the post-parade. You were pointing out, look, Prince of Jericho may not be in the favorites role right now, but that horse will get there. It just happened. And if you look at the pick 3 Will Pays, this horse is kind of an overwhelming choice.
Yeah, it's funny, and I didn't realize we were on camera. The 2 is a huge favorite in the pick 3s. And the pick 3s are often, for whatever reason, more indicative, especially at a track like this where there's a significant amount of CAW money. The pick 3s are usually a better indication of who's going to be favored. In the doubles, the 1's actually a slight favor over the 2, but there's such a discrepancy in the pick 3s, all likelihood the 2 will be favored. And, it's the one thing that you can do. We don't have that situation at NYRA, and why the rest of the industry hasn't gone along with what NYRA's done. I know Delamar put it into effect last year. Other tracks, I think in California, Santa Anita, maybe they followed suit, where the CAW players are not allowed to bet with less than 2 minutes in the win pool. Subsequently, they don't play much at all in the win pool, and therefore you just don't see these late odds changes. And I think the public has a right to within reason. I mean, you might bet a horse at 3-1 that goes to 5-2, but you don't want to bet a horse at 3-1 that goes to 4-5.
Until they get the technology in place that can kind of make a difference there, we've got to take those types of measures that you talked about that NYRA's taking.
I agree, and NYRA's made huge efforts, which nobody in the industry followed us, and I think it says a lot, and I think it's important that the fans understand the importance of what NYRA's doing, because if it doesn't make a demonstrative effect in what the retail customer's doing, then other racetracks will never follow us. You want us to succeed with this, whether you realize it or not.
Tomorrow, the feature race here at Aqueduct also is the ABR Race of the Week. It's the spectacular bid, part of the New York Stallion Stakes series. Spirit of New York is the 3-1 morning line favorite. Weather's going to be perfect. Is this horse ultimately the favorite, though? I mean, you look at the morning line, it looks like there's a number of possibilities. I thought the race on paper looked that way. What do you make of Spirit of New York?
First of all, I couldn't make a morning line to save my life, but I think it is important, and I'm glad you mentioned it, if people realize the regular morning line maker, David Aragona, is on vacation this week. So you're going to see some lines that are a little bit hard to take, and they're not going to turn out to be true. Keep that in mind, and keep in mind the person making it doesn't make a line that often, so you have to cut them some slack. I think he'll probably be favored. He was pretty good last year. He's coming off a layoff. I thought he was the horse to beat. I have another idea in the race, but he's pretty good, that horse. And Adam Rice is dangerous.
Our feature at Aqueduct, again, brought to you by America's Best Racing, the ABR Race of the Week. It's the spectacular bid. Meanwhile, at Laurel, the field is moving into line for race number 7, and a back and forth in the odds with the 1 Intrepid's Legacy, who's now 3-2, and the 2 Prince of Jericho at 5-2. Look, it's one thing to think, okay, this horse is going to be the favorite. Who do you ultimately like in this race?
Well, I don't know. I thought the 2 was the horse to beat.
Okay.
I preferred that one, but I don't like a horse that lost 4 straight photos. That's my only concern with him, but I did prefer that one to the 1.
Let's go to the voice of Maryland Racing, Dave Rodman, with the last of the load and then the call. Race number 7 from Laurel Park, live on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
How great is Nate? SS Sinatra. They're off. SS Sinatra, Prince of Jericho, Cyber Time in the firing line, along with Intrepid's Legacy as they sort. Then Shaft's Bullet is next, settling to the rear of the field. Bold Diversion, saving ground as they pass the 5 furlong mark. And How Great is Nate is the trailer. Cyber Time's the speed from Intrepid's Legacy, a length and a half behind, now 2 behind in second, edging into the far turn run. Prince of Jericho, then another 2 back. SS Sinatra is followed by Shaft's Bullet. Bold Diversion on the inside. How Great is is Nate is the trailer. Into the turn they roll. Cyber Time just a narrow lead. Intrepid's Legacy called on for run to quicken up the pace. Shaft's Bullet on the outside, 3 deep, and SS Sinatra gets a rail run. Prince of Jericho's backed out. Bold Diversion. How great is Nate? Top of the stretch. Intrepid's Legacy rolls on. Intrepid's Legacy driven to the front. Cyber Time is next. Here's Shaft's Bullet toward the center of the track. Then SS Sinatra. Bold Diversion is moves 5th. Just in behind a quartet with a furlong left to go. Wide open SS Sinatra. Shaft's Bullet. Bold Diversion far outside. Very late on the scene. Photo finish coming up. Here's a photo. Photo finish. Photo. Bold Diversion. Shaft's Bullet very close. And SS Sinatra. And How Great is Nate in a thriller.
That is a difficult angle, but what a finish here. Hard to tell who won at first glance.
Yeah, I don't like to call photos of tracks where I'm not familiar if there are different angles. Right now it's 5, 4, 4. It does feel like the 4 got the bob. And this race just completely and totally fell apart. Not sure where Shaft's Bullet got that race coming off a year-plus layoff, but he does have some back races with good figs. The 4 came off a bit of a clunker last time, but he refound the form before that, which was good enough to win. The pace just collapsed, and the 2 was awful.
Who's the cat that won't cop out when there's danger all about? Talking about Shaft. But it looks like Shaft did lose.
Shaft or Superfly? I couldn't ask a lot of people that.
I'm going to say Shaft.
Okay.
Yeah. Shaft's Bullet, and now the crew going with Superfly. You can't make a bad decision there, okay? They're both very
Mitch
good.
Levitas' nickname in high school was Superfly. A lot of people don't know that.
Mitch Levitas. The photo, still not to up at Laurel, but we're either going to have an 11-to-1 shot or a 6-to-1 shot here. If that horse right there, the 4, did get up in time. Bold Diversion over Shaft's Bullet.
Yeah, I agree with what you were saying earlier about the camera focusing on a horse. The 4 did apparently get it. So I guess we got a little 4, 5, 7,
6. Yeah, prices
4,
across
5,
the board.
7, 6. Yeah.
So that cross-country pick 5, it's on its way to a huge, huge return.
Who
Prices
played
to start.
Superfly? Ron O'Neill?
Mitch, help me.
Ron O'Neill, Mitch?
Mitch, help me.
I would say.
Okay.
Richard Roundtree, of course, played Shaft. The original Shaft. We're not talking Sam Jackson.
Who's playing Andy Serling when we return? The one and only Andy Serling. Except
Whoever
no
it is,
substitutes.
I pity them.
Although I'd put Clooney if I were casting you. America's Day at the
Richard
Races
Dreyfuss
returns.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A warrior from the start.
Dornock is coming back. Dornock in the Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga. Saturday on America's Day at the Races, an impressive field of 3-year-olds includes Kentucky Derby and Preakness contenders in the Ohio Derby from Thistledown. Action kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2. Ohio Derby coverage, 3:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Back to our coverage here on site at Aqueduct. In the field coming on to the track for race number 6, I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Andy Serling. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Sports 2. And our post parade starts with the one, Rock the Weekend.
One of the rare horses that does seem to be better on a wet track. I also think a 1 1/8 is probably a real stretch for him.
What about the equipment change on the 2, Whittington Park? Blinkers off today.
I guess it's kind of a desperation move. I always feel these moves, I like blinkers off, but I just feel like he's dropping here. And if he can still run, even without much pace, I think he's the horse to beat, but it's hard to trust.
Concord Spirit, you can trust him. His form is good. He can handle a variety of distances, especially this one.
I totally agree with that. He's supposed to be forwardly placed, maybe in front, maybe behind Shadow Dragon. I think he might be the horse to beat.
Will Burning Beauty have a better chance stretching out from the 1-turn mile to the 1 1/8?
I don't know. I feel like horses in this race like Easy Roll and Concord Spirit just ran better. So unless you think he's going to be better in 1 1/8, there's no indication of that, then he's in trouble.
The 5, Shadow Dragon, equipment change and blinkers off.
Yeah, I mean, claimed away from Fernando Abreu. We'll see how this one does to the new connections, but should be forward.
Easy Roll had a flashy win 2 starts ago to 1 1/8. Does that race beat this field?
It depends. It depends what the 2 does. I mean, the 2 has faster races than anybody here, but he's not exactly reliable. I think Easy Roll is a very logical type. You've got the speeds in the 3 and 5 and the closers in the 2 and 6. The question is, how quick is the pace, and is the pace able to hold together?
Okay, we're going back to May 16th here at Belmont at Aqueduct, and you'll see Easy Roll, whom we were just talking about. He's going to rally from 3rd far back, but as we said, it's a 1-turn mile. Now, he's been able to handle it before. The pace was really good this day. Like, it was a fast pace early on.
Yeah, well, you see a lot. I mean, look, it's the same half we saw in the last race with the maidens. It seems like the earlier pace in these mile races are much faster than you would expect a lot. Doesn't mean they immediately fall apart. 3Bs gets up in the last stride to get the money over Concord Spirit, who ran a winning race and a better race than Easy Roll, and he has more speed. And I think that's why he's favored. But I think either one of these horses can win. Easy Roll's pretty good. But both these horses are efficient at the 9 furlong distance, but as is Whittington Park.
The 2, Whittington Park, the class relief here today being offered up for the $45,000 claiming price. We also mentioned the equipment change of blinkers off. I mean, I just think the price alone, I'm honestly surprised this horse is 4-1. I thought would have been right at the morning line of 5-2, maybe 3-1 in here.
I don't know. It's hard. He's a deep closer who ran a horrible race last time, and you have to be a little worried. Now, keep in mind he was claimed for $45,000, and they've made a few dollars with him, so it's not a terrible drop down to be dropping to where they originally claimed. But it's not a great look after he runs as badly as he did last time. There was a little moisture in the track, but I don't feel like you can use that as an excuse. It was a harrowed track. I think you have to be concerned about his last race. My feeling was he'd probably be a slightly better price than some other horses in here. And if he can find his form, his good form, he's better than these. But I have reservations about it.
Acacia Clement has been watching the field since the time they were saddled and throughout the warm-up. Acacia, what are you seeing?
Well, as far as Whittington Park is concerned, with Andy, he's a horse that I think just is running against better, and he returns to Restricted New York Bred Company in here today, and he is 7-2, I think, for that reason, that he just never was involved last time out. Now, it was a pretty salty field that he was facing, and in his last couple of starts as well. And physically, he's always a horse that I've liked. He's so pretty in the way that he's put together. And we'll see if the blinkers off do help him. Sometimes it does help horses when they can see their competition. It kind of engages that competitive spirit a little bit more. So maybe that will be the case. I have my questions about him. I've tried to get him to wake up a few times. I would love to see him run well in here today, but I think he is the type of horse that you need to see him do it, but this would be the spot for that to take place. Now, sticking with the Rodriguez family, you take a look at Gus Rodriguez's horse, the 3 Concord Spirit. He has become the favorite. I thought tactically he just had a little bit of an advantage in here. He was chasing, he took the lead. 3B's the winner, came back inside, and he just lost the head bob there, but I've always felt this horse is better a touch longer as he gets to stretch back out to the mile and an 1/8 distance in here today, and felt like those races 2, 3, 4 back would put him as a huge contender, especially with his proficiency at the distance. I thought he looked great. Sometimes he can get really sharp and do a little bit too much, and it's just that right level where he's forward but not over the top, and just looking for Gus like a horse that's doing really well and is a happy horse right now. Now the number 6, Easy Roll. Physically, he is not the type of horse that you would look at and say he absolutely looks like a 2-turn horse, but he has found that he is very proficient at the distance. And I remember watching that last race, which was a 1-turn mile, with Ray Handel down in the paddock, and he said it's okay because the next race that comes up is a mile and an 1/8, and he's going to love that. And he's shown that he has. He had a spirited warm-up out on the track. I will say his coat has come in really nicely. He looks a lot better than he did when he won 2 starts back. It looks like kind of the summer months he's catching up in here as well. So a horse that has shown this is what he wants to do. We'll see what kind of setup he does get, as he is one that typically is pretty far back. Todd?
Thank you, Acacia. And getting close to post time here, the field is approaching the starting gate for race number 6 to go a mile and 1/8. Andy, where are you going?
I went to Whittington Park. I'm going to hope that we see the good Whittington Park. I'm not overly optimistic, but I'm hopeful.
It surprised me because when I was asking about this horse, you were naming all the reasons that we should be skeptical.
Well, I mean, there's a very clear reason to like him. The good Whittington Park is better than these horses. After that, you start asking yourself, why not? Because I think handicapping is more asking yourself questions. Successful handicapping relies on finding out what the right questions are, answering the questions, and answering them correctly. It's not simple. You don't always know. This is a race where 2 of the horses that are main contenders, the 3 and 5, have speed. 2 of them are closers, and the 2 and 6. How much is that going to affect the race? I don't have the answer to it. I'm not betting the 2 at 2-1, but he's my top choice.
Very self-reflective Andy Serling as the field is about set to go for race number 6 at Belmont Park. Let's go up to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Shadow Dragon asks for speed into the outside. Easy Roll is right there on the far outside draw. Rock the Weekend will take back. Switching immediately to the outside. Concord Spirit is going to be 3 wide into that first turn. Shadow Dragon, blinkers off but still showing speed, is up by a half length. Easy Roll is a close-up second. They're very tightly packed. Concord Spirit still 3 wide. At the rail, it's Rock the Weekend. In between horses comes Whittington Park, very close to the pace, only 2 off of them. And the Triller, Burning Beauty, they are bunched and they work to the backstretch, and 26.19 is the posted opening quarter mile. They are crawling up front. Shadow Dragon is still in front. Now here's a seam and asserting his Manny Franco. He says enough of this. Whittington Park has now started the sprint, and Whittington Park is up by 2. Complexion completely changes now as Shadow Dragon is at the rail, is now a close-up second. Behind them still Easy Roll, a comfortable third. Concord Spirit, no saving ground, is 3 wide, Burning Beauty, and relegating Rock the Weekend to the trailing position, 51.61. That was a mid-race move from Whittington Park, and will it pay off? It's Whittington Park who's up by a length. Easy Roll is trying to cut into the margin. Shadow Dragon now shoved along, trying to keep up. Concord Spirit, Burning Beauty in between horses far back. It's Rock the Weekend. Whittington Park still with a head in front. Whittington Park trying to hold off Easy Roll, and Easy Roll is putting the pressure on as they approach a quarter mile left to go. It's Whittington Park battling on here to the inside. Easy Roll is trying to push on by for Dylan Davis, and these 2 square off as they approach a final furlong. Easy Roll, Whittington Park back to second. Concord Spirit's taken third. Easy Roll's trying to get away. Whittington Park just won't give in. Easy Roll up by a head. Easy Roll. Double for Dylan. Easy Roll over Whittington Park in a photo. Concord Spirit with Burning Beauty.
Easy Roll stays in fantastic form. Hard-fought victory over the 2 Whittington Park. As someone who liked Whittington Park, a lot of people are going to be talking about the early move by Manny Franco up the backstretch with Whittington Park. Let's pick it up there. What'd you think of this move?
Well, I think both Manny Franco and Dylan Davis took advantage, in my opinion, of bad riding by both Jose Lezcano and Kendrick Carmouche. Why are you going as slow as you possibly can and allowing horses that may be better than you, that are closers, to be on top of the pace? It's embarrassing that they went 26 in the dirt race here. They didn't take advantage of what their actual advantage was of the race. They let the close in the race. I love this ride by Manny. I know he lost. I love the ride. He sees the bull by the horns. He said, okay, you want to go this slow? I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to close on top of the pace and go to the lead. He lost. The better horse beat him. I can't knock Manny's ride. Easy Roll beat him. But Manny gave the 2 a great ride. I think the first 2 horses got good rides. Now, maybe the 3 and 5 weren't going to run well regardless, but this is silly. I mean, when we have dirt races, 26.19, 115.70, come on, give me a break. The MiG would never have ridden like this. I know that.
Well, I think of the late Garrett Gomez, too. He used to sometimes make that move as a trap move. He'd move early and get horses to finally engage. But if he didn't like the pace, he'd do something about it. Just don't sit there and suffer, so to speak, pace-wise.
I agree. Stop rolling along and let others play the game for you. I love the decisive ride by Manny. He didn't win this race, but he gave a great ride. His horse wasn't best. He gave his horse his best chance to win and took advantage, in my opinion, of a lot of lax riding. I don't understand how you look at this race and say, I'm going to go as slow as I can and let the whole field bunch up. How is that going to help you when it's possible the closers are better than you are? You want to take advantage of the fact that they don't have speed and make them come get you.
In the end, those 2 top finishers were about 5 lengths ahead of everyone else, so good decision making on the top 2 horses there. 2-1 over 2-1, 6-2, 3-4. We'll come back with those prices here at Aqueduct, but we've been talking all week about how Royal Ascot is taking place over in Berkshire, England. To give you some perspective, about 65 years before America was born, they established Royal Ascot. And we're taking a look at race 7 on the card today, the Palace of Holyrood House. And this is an American-based horse who is drawing off to a dominating win. And for familiar connections, Wesley Ward, and you have Juan Hernandez aboard, who's perennial, the leading rider in California. But it is Baccio who draws off to an easy win for My Racehorse and their partners. However,
he embarrassed these horses.
Yeah, embarrassed, but then it got actually kind of nervous after the race. When Juan Hernandez went to weigh in, he weighed in a pound less than he was supposed to have when he was on the scale. So the stewards had to look into this. There was a long delay. There was the possibility that this horse would have been disqualified after that dominating win, and it turned out to be an equipment malfunction. The undergirth had dropped off during the chaos after the horse had won. They got the undergirth back. He weighed in properly. As they say over there, he weighed in 9 stone and 4.
If this horse had been taken down because the rider came back with a pound less, if I was involved, I would never bet racing over there again as long as I live. This horse just won a 5-furlong race by 5 lengths.
Yeah.
I'm sure that pound was very, very meaningful.
No, he could have carried Windsor Castle on his back and still won.
Gotta be kidding me.
So America on the board. I have actually seen it one time after a race. It was a regional competition, and it was the West region. It was out at Bay Meadows. The rider went to weigh in, and he was missing the lead weights that they put in the saddle, one of the lead weights, and they disqualified the horse for not weighing in properly after the race. I've seen it one time. Have you ever seen it anywhere else? Okay, well, it didn't happen today.
I'm hoping I never see it.
Yeah. You'll start burning
If
trash
I ever
cans?
see it happen, I hope I get put up.
I would love to see Andy Serling burning trash cans at the track. Don't anyone do that out there. When we come back, Andy Serling ruminating, reminiscing about the end of racing at the Big A. America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
There are those horses in racing, and a lot of them are huge names that are remembered. And then there are some names that only real racing fans remember that well. And for me, that horse was encapsulated by King Swan. And, you know, he had some big races in the Met Mile, and he ran third when Personal Ensign won the Whitney. But what he did here in the winter at Aqueduct, you talk about carrying weight. I mean, he was the king of those races here at Aqueduct.
You know, and he was one of those horses, so many that defined themselves pretty much at Aqueduct, kind of those hard scrabble, blue collar kind of horses, I call them, right? They show up, they do their job, and we've had a lot of them over the years. He was a standout. What a job Dick Dutrow Sr. did with him. So many riders rode him. I was blessed to have won several races on him as well. Just an honest horse, a warrior, showed up every single time.
Here he comes again, King Swan, 10 years old, and he's better than ever. King Swan does it for the 31st time.
Any distance, too. I mean, he could sprint.
He can go 6 to a mile and an 8.
I was so proud when Evening Attire won the Jockey Club Gold Cup after he had run here during the winter. And when you had the Winter Warriors and they'd go on and King Swan would compete against the best horses. Yeah. One of my favorite memories here at Aqueduct was watching the floor below us, the second floor, when King Swan was probably carrying 132 or 134 in one of these winter races. And a horse drew alongside and went by him, and one of the Jamaicans said, "And nobody passes the Swan." And I can still remember it. It's just those moments that make this place so special. It's the horses, the people, and I think King Swan is really part of that story.
Well, doesn't he feel like his personality fit Aqueduct?
Yeah, he was. He was a true warrior.
Andy, I'm not just saying this because I'm sitting next to you, but I've really enjoyed that series with you and Richard Migliore, and I'm glad we got to mention the name King Swan.
Yeah, no, Richie and I had a lot of fun doing that. Richie and I could sit here for hours and hours and hours and reminisce about horses in the game, and a lot of them at Aqueduct. And King Swan, for those that were around when he raced, they know exactly what we're talking about. Yeah. He was the warrior of warriors, carrying 130 plus in those winter races and getting it done, winning over 30 races, but also he was third in the 3-horse field behind Personal Ensign and Gulch, not two pretty good horses. He was third, I think, in the Met Mile at one time. He beat O'Gaijin in that one's return to the races as a 4-year-old. He was just a tremendous warrior, could do anything out there. And if you love racing, those are horses. You know, you've been out west for a while, but you used to be down in Florida. And I know over the years, we all fall in love with different horses we've seen. And some of them are, you know, lower level claiming horses that give their all out there. And a horse like King Swan, who competed at a very, very high level. But it's always fun. One of the great things about racing is appreciating horses, whether they're lower level horses or horses at the very top of the game.
From King Swan to the Swan Song, that'll be a closing day for Aqueduct, the final time they'll conduct racing here. That is next Sunday, a week from this Sunday, June 28th. Back to the racing on this Friday card, and it is the 6 Easy Roll getting the victory here. As we turned for home, we showed you that action going up the backstretch where Manny Franco sensed the slow pace, did something about it, and then now he has to engage with the 6 Easy Roll. Tries hard down to the stretch, but Easy Roll just gets the measure.
Yeah, Manny just realized that they were going so slow up front, there was time to seize the bull by the horns. He lost to a better horse, you know, but he did the right thing here in trying to break the race open with this horse. It just turned out that Easy Roll was a little bit better, and he was able to get more in the game. But I think, listen, these horses may well have run 1-2 under any circumstances. Stop rating speed horses towards the front. Use your speed as an advantage. Don't let them into the race.
And Easy Roll, congratulations to owner Winning Dreams Racing Stable, trained by Ray Handel and ridden smartly to victory by Dylan Davis. That is part of the cross-country Pick 5, the pool today, $28,000. You're probably already, I mean, there's going to be a situation where you're going to have 4 or 5s paying on the end here.
It's a $1,000 parlay right now for $2 roughly.
So
close to it, I should say, a little less.
Some of you might be out there still alive for the pool with 2 races remaining. We also want to let you know our programming is going to shift over to Fox Sports 1. Again, if you want to follow us the rest of the card here at Aqueduct, tune over to Fox Sports 1.
Did you, when you were younger, did you ever have that old cable box that was the like 40 stations?
Yes.
And you really, I mean, you could just go and you'd get to whatever station you wanted. But I miss those days.
You know the one I miss, because I was the remote control for my dad. But I remember watching Affirmed win the Triple Crown. We were eating dinner and we had a Zenith and it was the remote that had the blue button that turned it on or off, and then each button was just the major stations after that, either ABC, CBS, or NBC.
Whoa.
And that's how I came up.
You know, I mean, in Saratoga, we got cable the first time I experienced a little bit in New York with some friends, but we got it in the late 70s. But we never had a color TV when I was a kid until we built our house in the mid-70s, and my grandmother bought us a TV as a housewarming gift. I didn't know that The Wizard of Oz went from black and white to color until some people really old have been in Saratoga.
It's like one of the great moments.
Right, the community theater was a great old theater in downtown. It's now, I think, the realtor's office. It's on sort of the end of Broadway, and I went to see it at a matinee, and I had no idea. No one ever told me. And when she steps out of the house in color, you know, you can imagine.
What's the big deal?
Right?
I don't understand.
That makes a lot of sense.
We're going to be back in color at Saratoga on Friday, July 3rd. It is the 4th of July Racing Festival up there. All kinds of great stakes races, great giveaways too. And then we go into the summer meet. The official opening day of the Saratoga Summer Meet is July 10th. However you're watching us, please tune over to Fox Sports 1. That's where America's Day at the Races will continue. But for Acacia Clement, Andy Serling, I'm Todd Schrupp. Until next time, may all your photo finishes be winning ones.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, and it's a gorgeous day at Aqueduct Racetrack. We're late into this 8-race card. Race 7 coming up, but it may be one of the most competitive races on the card. Welcome to our set. I'm Todd Schrupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling. This next race coming on the turf, and I thought a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, it's an interesting race coming up, and I think one of the more interesting races. The last two races today are probably the most competitive on today's card. I mean, you have a horse, the 7, Quando, who's completely loose in here. And I think it's important to remember the May 23rd race horses are coming out of, they list the turf as good. That course was yielding. So a bad performance in there could possibly be excused by the turf condition.
Okay, we got a turf race coming up, the 7th at Aqueduct here in New York. As we look to Maryland, they've got a turf sprint coming up, race number 8, and we get some help on site for us, Callie Francois.
Thanks, Todd. And we're wrapping the card up here on the lovely Laurel lawn, going 5.5. I give you a 7-2 shot here in Jungle Glow, now in the barn of Suzanne Stettinius. And she finally gets Georgie Ruiz on one of her horses, which I think is a key attribute here. One of the best things about Georgie that not really anybody has a handle on is that Georgie has the ability to look in a horse's form and look at the holes of what works and what gets the best kind of trip out for the best possible trip for that horse. And that's exactly what's going on here. This horse, he looks like a router. I'm not surprised that Service put this one on the routing, but this one's going to love the second wire finish here. And for a price, the number 1, who's just getting into the gate with Beltane. And we are going to take it to Dave Rodman here for the last.
He lost a race.
Beltane and Watch Out World. Mo Missile, Alexis Zorba, the count is on. Jungle Glow and Twirling Express. They're off. Beltane just a beat slow to go. Alexis Zorba firing up first out of the gate to open 1.5 lengths at a gang of fours. Mo Missile moving along with the count is on, and Twirling Express is 4th outside as Watch Out World drops back a bit on the inside. Beltane has passed that one, and trailing the field is Jungle Glow within range of the speed of Alexis Zorba. 6.5 lengths will cover them around the far turn. Alexis Zorba, the count is on, is second, and Mo Missile down to the inside in third position. They're followed by Beltane, who's in between horses in the blue silks, and the outside is Twirling Express, a Watch Out World, and Jungle Glow. 1/4 mile left to run. They straighten for home. Alexis Zorba and Michael Sanchez let loose now by some 2. Beltane giving a good chase on the outside. Between horses, the count is on, still pitching away, and Mo Missile is fading off a seat with a furlong left to go. Watch Out World coming to pick up a share. A 16th left to go. Alexis Zorba clear. Jungle Glow moving on the outside very late. Alexis Zorba, Jungle Glow, and a photo for third that may go to Beltane for the count is on.
Alexis Zorba with some class relief here takes advantage of that and gets the win in the 8th at Laurel. Andy, can you tell me the original trainer of Alexis Zorba?
Joseph O'Brien bought this horse to Saratoga as a 2-year-old. He ended up moving to Chad Brown the next year. He's mostly made a career out of blowing races. He seemingly had one with just the 2 wins in 9 seconds. Now it's 3. Glad to see a win for Bruce Brown. So it's in the 6th, Jungle Glow. A very shrewd claim by these connections. Horse was dropped down for 7,500 in the middle of March at a time when turf season was a month away. This horse has back turf sprints. They're actually pretty good, and I think they claimed the horse put him away until they could get back sprinting on the turf, and it worked out fairly well.
4-6-1-5 in the 8th at Laurel. That's 5-2 over 9-5 over 10-1 over 7-2. Back here at Belmont at the Big A, we're looking ahead to race number 7, and you look at that tote board, seems like a wide open race. You need every advantage to find the winner here, and we've got such an advantage with Acacia Clement.
I will try my best, Todd, as we have several horses that we're familiar with and are some shorter prices, and I agree are players on the board, but wanted to take a look in the paddock at 2 faces coming to the NYRA circuit, beginning with the number 3, Learn to Discover for Brendan Walsh, as he ran 2 turns on the turf in his U.S. debut down at Gulfstream in the Cutler Bay, 2 starts back, and for however he ran, it was encouraging that Brendan saw fit to put him right into stakes company off of a layoff and for his first U.S. start. Now, even though he was sprinting over in Europe, it is typical that horses going shorter distances in Europe will be effective going a bit longer when they come to stateside, just by virtue of the way that the races are run, especially down at Gulfstream, where your sprint option would be 5 furlongs. Then he went up to Woodbine to try 7/8 on the Tapeta. Not the quickest out. Sofia Viva had her feet in the dashboard, was really struggling to hold him early as he was trying to run up on heels, and then he kind of flattened out a little bit late. So I think it's a little bit of the Goldilocks effect here, trying to find where he fits, as he'll try now 6 furlongs on the turf. And I understand Brendan's thinking there is a little bit more length to his frame, but he's also overall built more like a sprinter. Incredibly good looking individual, completely dappled, great weight and conditioning for him, especially for a horse that had come over from Europe. Really like what I see, and I hope that he breaks a bit better now, 3rd time in the US, especially as he'll go the shortest distance stateside that he has thus far. The number 10, Straight Cash, has run here in New York before last summer in Saratoga as a 3-year-old. I did not cover his race that day, so my first time seeing him. His last effort was a good one over at Keeneland, and he clearly has been a horse that's a little bit tricky to keep on the racetrack. Plenty of gaps in his starts. He was off slowly last time, and he was wide closing second best, but was finishing nicely. He is a very tall and leggy type of horse, and he's one that, given the fact that he's had some gaps in between his races, I wonder if he's a horse that's a little bit tough to keep weight on, as he's a very lean type of build for a turf sprinter. I wish he was a bit stronger, particularly in his hind end. Like I said, I'm not familiar with him. He looks beautifully turned out coming in for Cherie DeVaux, but I do wonder, especially as horses push off from behind when they break, and he's another one that did not get out of the gate quickly last time out, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. Now we have a call for Riders Up. Post-parade coming up here for race number 7. And a look at Manny Franco. Nick's kind of the story of this couple of weeks.
Coming out here. Looks a little different in person. He really does.
What sports jersey do you own? I'd like to see you in a sports jersey once.
Really? Well,
I bet you have. I bet you have 3 sports jerseys at your house. What sports and what players?
That would be, I mean, I'm sure you've made a lot of bad bets in your life. That might be your worst.
That'd
be the worst opinion.
But you've been in the dunk tank. Why not wear your sports jersey into the dunk tank?
Sports
you got to have casual clothes.
Way too pretentious for that.
Okay, let's meet our field for race number 7. We're up to the 3. Learn to Discover. We heard Acacia talk about this horse having raced overseas previously and now coming in from Canada. The 4, Bite and Strike, off a win.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought Bite and Strike would take more money. The morning line maker was right. I was surprised they had a big price. He's too big a price. I didn't like him, but he's too big a price.
The 5, Pivotal Moment.
He's way too big a price. And keep in mind, he's another horse like Cyclonite, like Quando, that ran on the soft turf last time. His race 2 back's good enough to win here. He's a crazy price.
Scratch the 6, Without Borders. You were talking about Quando, the horse to catch.
He's the horse to beat, in my opinion. He's a good turf sprinter, and I think the soft turf was really what did him in last time.
Scratch the 8, Chasing Freedom. Here's the 9, Soon to Be King.
He's a deep closer in a race where there are a lot of closers and not a lot of speed.
And the 10, Straight Cash. The last horse in our post parade. I thought that effort at Keeneland, doesn't that play here?
That's okay. Yeah. I mean, the horse is not a 3-to-1 shot. With his lack of speed, I think it's problematic. And as well as Cherie's horses have done, I think you're going to suffer at the window because of her success in the Triple Crown races.
Let's go back to that race at Keeneland. This is the most recent start for Straight Cash. April 17th, race number 8 at Keeneland. Would rally to finish second, beaten 2 lengths. Pretty decent pace early on. And keep in mind, this is a horse who's won at the 6 furlong distance on the turf. That was the debut at Santa Anita last year in March. So if you just isolate the turf sprints, this horse has good returns, a win and this second that we're looking at.
Oh, I think he's a decent horse. I think he's talented. I think he's a terrible bet at a shortish price given the lack of speed. And this is probably a tougher field than he's faced. I mean, he got beaten by the speed last time. I don't know. I don't think he was in particularly tough in his last couple of races. He also has some issues getting out of the gate.
The 7, Quando, you mentioned as the horse to beat. Do you think this turf course, because we haven't had a lot of rain, helps his chances out on the lead?
Helped him a great deal. I think anybody that's going to try to keep up with him is probably going too fast. I mean, now, one of Flavien Prat's great skills is getting horses that don't have speed to be forward. So he'll probably be able to get Cyclonite at least relatively close in here. Whether or not that's good enough to win the race, I don't know. Cyclonite's an odd horse taking a short price. He's a horse that continuously has lost races at short prices and hung on the money. Now, I've seen Flavien win with these horses over the time, so maybe that'll help out a little bit here, but I'm a little bit suspect, to be honest with you, about this horse.
Acacia, you were talking about Learn to Discover. Since coming to North America, has raced at Gulfstream Park, has raced up in Canada, Woodbine, now here at the Big A. What do you think today?
Yeah, he's going to be my pick, as we'll see if this is just the right spot for him. Just liked what I saw. But as far as the number 7, Quando, is concerned, I completely agree with Andy that because of his tactics and his advantage with his early speed, he's in many ways the horse to beat in here. Last time out, he was pressured early, and not to mention that turf course was listed as good. But I think it's fair to say that both he and Pivotal Moment in particular out of that race really did not favor that turf course, both kind of heavier bodied, stronger types of horses. And there was quite a bit of cut in it, and it was at the end of a day where there had been some steady rain throughout the afternoon. So Quando, with a pressured pace and a turf course he didn't love, I think he's getting back to his prime conditions in here today, and he should be on the lead. We'll see if anybody can go with him. The number 2, Cyclonite, the blinkers come off, and maybe that will help him again, as he will be able to see his competition a little bit more, maybe kind of click that light bulb on to have a little bit more of that competitive feel, because he's a horse that I've liked since he came to the States, especially once they kind of back to a sprint distance, because he is a turf sprinter through and through. But he's a horse that has been short prices recently, and for his 2 wins, neither of which have come here in America, he has 6 seconds and 8 thirds. He's just not a horse that wins. And he's been ridden very well and by some top jockeys throughout and has had good trips. I think he's a consistent type of horse, but at that short of a price, to see if he can turn things around today, I thought this was a little bit more wide open. The number 4, Bite and Strike, got a big win last time out in a big figure. He's a turf sprinter for sure. But again, he's another one with no early speed. He was off slowly last time out. We'll see if he can do it again, as he is second off the claim for Linda Rice, and I think cutting him back was a brilliant move last time out.
Field moving into line. Andy, any reason to get off Quando here for you?
No, I mean, I'm not. I bet a few dollars win the 5. I mean, 20 to 1 in the 5 is laughable. It's probably supposed to be about 6 to 1 in this race. Maybe he can't run anymore, but I'm going to go by the theory that it's softer turf. So I used the 5, I used a little 3, and I threw the 7, mostly 7-5 and 5-7. But this is a crazy price of the 5.
Fantastic race. Wide open race, 6 furlongs on the turf. Let's go up to Chris Griffin for the last of the load, and then the call. Race 7 from Aqueduct on America's Day at the Races.
Set. And they're off. Good beginning for soon-to-be king from the outside in Quando. Quando is now a neck in front, and here comes pressure from Learn to Discover at the rail. Dylan Davis and Learn to Discover, they're on the move. They secure the front. They're up by a length. Quando's back to second, chasing them at the rail. That's Bite and Strike, who travels in tandem with Soon to Be King. It's another 2.5 back to Pivotal Moment. Towards the back end is Straight Cash, and the early trailer, Cyclonite. 21-4, posted opening quarter mile as Learn to Discover takes him into the turn. Learn to Discover is up front, Quando chasing. At the rail, Bite and Strike, trying to get out a little bit, but now hugs the rail and straightens up. It's now Bite and Strike who's going to draft right in behind. Learn to Discover who's the clear leader. Soon to Be King out wider in fourth. Straight Cash is trying to rally on, just took an awkward step. Unseated the rider, Manny Franco. Manny Franco was unseated there as they approach the quarter pole, is sitting up. The horse is loose in behind the field, but here comes Bite and Strike to the outside, now takes the lead. Bite and Strike trying to sprint away. Bite and Strike is up by 2, has a 16th left to go. Bite and Strike is going to win it. Bite and Strike will win it. Manny Franco's up on his feet. It's a photo there for second, Pivotal Moment, and Soon to Be King.
Okay, you see who the winner is here, the 4, Bite and Strike at 9-1, but concerned, and we got a little bit of a what was going on from Chris Griffin late there. Manny Franco.
He's up.
Yeah, and his mount was running away after that. So the early indication, Manny Franco good, and we'll try to find out more about Straight Cash.
I can see him walking over. I know the ambulance is there, but I see him walking over there. So
there he is.
He's a tough guy. Seems like he's okay and frustrating. This horse is an insane price at 9-1, as was the 5 at 21-1. Unfortunately, I focused in on the 5 and didn't use the 4. But you know, this is the kind of race where Quando wasn't winning once the 3 went to the lead. How you could predict the 3 would go to the lead is beyond me. I have no idea how that happened. But maybe Quando can't run anymore. But the reality is the 5 should never have been 21-1, and the 4 should never have been 9-1. These horses were dramatic overlays, and they ran 1-2. Now, I was too stupid to use the 4 in the exacta. I did bet the 5, who finished second, I believe, over the 9.
It's a tight photo.
But, you know, I think the 5 got second, but I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's 4-9. It's just sometimes, you know, handicapping is about seeing prices. I know the 5 was second. How the 5 was 21-1 here is absolutely beyond me. How the 2 is an overwhelming favorite, given his inability to win races, is also beyond me. But good to see everybody's okay.
Yeah, there's a look at Straight Cash, who was involved in that incident along with his rider, Manny Franco. And you can see for yourself, again, being attended to here. And we will try and get more information for you. But both horse and rider initially appear to be fine here after this incident. There is a steward's inquiry into the race. When you have an incident like that, the stewards will take a look. We do not anticipate it affecting the top 4 finishers. 4, 5, 9, 3, 9-1, over 21-1, over 20-1, over 6-1. So prices coming out in the last part of the card here at Aqueduct. We'll be back with those prices when we return on America's Day at the Races right after this. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Looking ahead to Saratoga, in fact, it's going to come up real quick because we have the 4th of July Racing Festival there. And then thoughts turn to opening day, the official opening day of the summer meet, which will be on July 10th. And throughout the meet, all kinds of outstanding giveaways. You got the Tumbler Cup. That's the patriotic one we talked about for the 4th of July Racing Festival. Soccer jersey, by the way, USA doing pretty well right now against Australia. Then the belt bag, where you can carry all your money, July 17th. And the straw hat is going to get a lot of attention on August 2nd. But let's run through the outstanding giveaways. So, you know, a friend of mine, Dave Weaver, every time I see him, he's wearing some giveaway from some racetrack around the country. You literally could stock your house, even your wardrobe, with giveaways that they have, you know, over the course of the Saratoga meet.
Well, our director, Mitch Levitas, doesn't own a single piece of clothing that wasn't a giveaway at some point. So, in case you've noticed him,
Mitch, where'd you get
walking
those shirts?
Advertisement for
Saratoga
somebody.
2017.
So this is is it me or is this giveaway overload?
I think it's pretty generous.
I've never seen this many giveaways in my life.
Really generous. Very generous.
I've been giving away my money lately.
There you go. A little grunge look. Got the flannel shirt.
Big, well-known grunge guy, you know, from your days up in Seattle. You and Kurt Cobain
Eddie
hanging
Vedder.
out.
Eddie Vedder
You and
might
Eddie
come
and
out,
Kurt.
have the giveaway. We have, I think, have we gone official yet in this race? No. But I think, we have. Have you looked? Is there a pick 6 carryover? I think there very well could be.
It's a very good question there. How about a pick 5 carryover? There isn't a carryover. That plays 4 or 5. We're waiting right now for the pick 6s to come up. I can look at my phone.
Okay, you
That'll be
look.
the modern way
I
to
let
look.
everyone know. That is the Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Speaking of big events coming up, nominate your race horses today. Again, that's Racing of Age sale, July 14th, Fasig-Tipton, Lexington, Kentucky.
Everybody but the 9 is covered.
Really?
And it's pretty remarkable when you consider that the pick 6s aren't really paying any more than the pick 5s, and in some cases they're paying less.
Well, it did start out with a $1 double that paid $4, so I guess
Who won
we go
the,
back
won
to
the first leg?
Yeah, it was just back-to-back favorites. We had the small
336,
fields.
but still,
Yeah.
some are paying less for $1, and they're paying, you know, like the 1 is paying like $4,800 or $4,650 cents, the pick 5, and it's $5,000 for $1 in the pick 6.
If you're not paying attention to the cross-country pick 5, you should. You need to change that because you get results like this. How about an $8,000 payout today? That's the 50-cent increment.
27. You took the prices down. Why'd you take those prices down? That thing just paid. Wow, that was a little low.
8,000. Yeah, I was predicting.
Oh no, well the parlay, right? Is for
I know, but I was predicting
1,000.
pool or maybe even a 4 or 5.
See the last winner, 10,000. 10,000. The week horse race before was around. Yeah, it seems like a little on the low side.
I think this would be a great television show or a podcast where we just hear you doing numbers in your head. Like we
I like
give you
figuring out the parlays. And
I like figuring that out
Well,
too.
I mean, in case people don't understand, the reason that pick 4s and pick 5s are going to pay better is that the takeout is extrapolated through the different legs. Any bet you make, a double, the takeout should be lowest for the 1 bet, and it should progressively go up. Because it provides better value as it goes up, and you use your handicapping acumen to overcome takeout with each slot.
Do you like that as a marketing angle in the sport? For the longest time, it was the guaranteed pool. I was happy to see the guaranteed pool marketing go away and be replaced with ultra low takeout. And I think that's what horse players truly pay attention to now. If someone's offering, say, a pick 3 pool with a 12% takeout, they're going to get the attention of a horse player.
I agree, and I understand why people play it, and I get it. I'm not sure. I think a lot of players should simplify. I think they are very complicated bets. Now, we keep the CAW players out of the late pick 5 and the late pick 6, so that's fairer. But let me tell you something. Think about something about those low takeout bets when CAWs are involved. They're not getting much rebate because the takeout is so low, yet they're still stuffing in as much money as they can, which says something about the edge they have over the regular players in ticket construction. I'm not sure tying up your money like that is the best move. I think that a lot of horse players would be better served simplifying it. Win, exactas, situations like that. But I guess you can also look at any type of situation. You know, rolling pick 3s, for instance, are a great bet because let's say you love a horse in the 4th race, and he's going to be 8-5. You think, I don't want to bet an 8-5 shot to win. You can look at the 2-3-4 pick 3, the 3-4-5 pick 3, and the 4-5-6 pick 3, and decide, is there one of those races where you don't like a favorite, you eliminate that horse and use 2 or 3, and then another race where you can sort of tie it down with a couple and decide where to play. I like that. But I think to just look at these low takeout pick 5s and stuff, I think you're doing it at the expense of missing out on better opportunities.
Famous sports television personality, he loves horse racing, Kenny Mayne, liked the rolling pick threes. What he liked to do was find a horse to single and then play all and the whole sequence around that single.
I'm not an all guy.
You're not an all guy?
No, I think there's a lot of different things about multi-race bets where you don't want to use 2 or 3 20-to-1 shots, where the parlays are too big for the payout. It's a big discussion.
They have a hydration break during watching the World Cup. Here we have our stretch, heading into the final stretch at Aqueduct. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now and use promo code MATCH200 for a $200 new member bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
This is where it all begins. These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale. You got to be here.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, King's Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. King's Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Anywhere I look, I can say this happened there, or that happened there. You know, we used to hover around and, you know, the replay center on the main floor of the clubhouse and watch the races. But, you know, the old Sunny Gym room where I hung out with a great cast of characters for years. I go way back when they used to have the Italian restaurant Filomena's, all the way down in the grandstand. Aqueduct's one of my favorite places. I'll miss the whole thing. We were here in its heyday when there were a lot of people here and it was busy and the whole plant was open. You could travel around, you always knew where different groups of friends were, you know, whether it was people in the grandstand, the 3rd floor, different people. And it's memories. It's coming here with my friend Joe, who's since passed away, coming here many weekends when he was playing. Spent a lot of time here with Harvey Pack, driving back to New York with the late Howie Tesher, who was a great friend and an incredibly entertaining and good guy. Those are sort of the more specific memories, the friends you made, the people you know. I'll never forget Believe It beating Alydar. I always liked Believe It. Seeing the mighty King Swan winning races out here. I remember being here for the Wood Memorial when Bold Forbes won. I hit one of the biggest pick sixes I ever hit. I think the biggest one I ever hit at Aqueduct. It's mostly about the feeling of being at Aqueduct and a lifetime of memories are encapsulated in this place. They're not going to die when we close. We just won't be here anymore.
Andy, you touched on something that I've noticed, and I was mentioning this to Paul Verderosa earlier. I've been at a few racetrack closings before. One of them most significantly was at Hollywood Park, and that was back in 2013. But in the run-up to that final day of racing, there were so many people who would come by the desk and tell a story about my grandfather used to bring me right over here. I'd sit here. Or my dad, we'd sit at the top of the stretch and he'd run along with the field as they turned for home. Most people were there to remember a loved one who was not with them anymore. And those memories they found at that racetrack. And so what you were hitting on there, your friend Joe and others that are no longer with us over the years, yeah, you come to Aqueduct and it sparks something from your past.
There was a man here earlier today when we first started the show talking to Paul and I and saying how his father brought him here when he was 12 years old. And he came out to remember being here with his dad. And I think, you mentioned my friend Joe DiFilippo, who passed away way too early a few years ago. And Joe and I spent, he was playing full time. I would come out in the weekends and we were close friends. But so many different people and so many memories. And listen, like Hollywood Park, just because a place is closing, and in this case, it's not like Hollywood Park, because that was a sad end to an era.
Yeah.
We are moving into a new, beautiful building,
True.
so it's part of a process. We're not shutting down racing the same way that Hollywood Park did. But even so, the memories don't die because the building's gone.
That's right. And from an operations point of view, they will be offering simulcasting here until September 7th. But a lot of memories to be shared as we get to the final day of racing, which will be Sunday, June 28th. Acacia, you have been in some of these series that we've been talking about. You mentioned the Cigar Mile and what that race became, but I imagine there's plenty of other memories for you here at Aqueduct.
Absolutely. And kind of similar to what Andy was saying and the people that you share it with, a lot of my most fond memories here at Aqueduct have been with my parents. And I'm lucky they're both very active and healthy, and they still come all the time and are planning to come for closing day as well, because my dad really wants the jar of dirt from the Aqueduct main track. But they were both racing fans long before I got into the sport. And obviously, we all share a love of the horse and what we do with aftercare with racing for home, but they've come for a lot of the big days, whether it's driving to be here for deterministic running in the Gotham in the pouring rain, or coming for the Cigar Mile or the Wood Memorial, or just a regular weekend where they're happy to spend a day with me if I have some free time and come to the races. And they've made a lot of their own friends here as well. So I really love being able to share a lot of the special memories here at the Big A with my family. And I think that holds true for any racetrack that you go to. And it does sound cliche, but Aqueduct really did change my life. So it's a place I always will be very grateful for.
Well put, Acacia. And just a reminder about that closing weekend and what we're going to have. We mentioned the Jar of Dirt, the first 1,000 fans. That'll be on closing day, June 28th. You get part of that track surface. And then the day before, we got a Caribbean-themed party, live music, and rum tasting. I'd like to be here for that.
We used to have Jamaican Day pretty much every year here, but as I've said many times, every day at the Big A is Jamaican Day.
Oh, well, look, one of my first big jobs was at Calder Racecourse in South Florida. That's where I learned about the tremendous history of Caribbean racing. One of our simulcasts was the Red Stripe Jamaican Derby, and got a lot of play out of Calder, but tremendous racing fans and tremendous horsemen and women from the Caribbean.
Right. I mean, don't ever make the mistake of saying because they're loud, they don't know what they're doing. The Jamaicans are as educated and knowledgeable fans as we have here, and they're very loyal fans and a big part of our business here.
You talk about that loyalty. When I go back to South Florida, and I last worked there 27 years ago, those Caribbean racing fans all call out to me and remember those times at Calder, a track that's no longer around.
Yeah, another track we lost. I like Calder. Calder got a bad rap.
Yeah, they used to call it a glass box in the middle of a swamp. It was not that. No, it was much more than that. It was the 2-year-old racing capital of the world.
I was there right before my graduation, senior year in high school. I spent a week down there. In fact, I spent my prom night with a friend of mine at Pompano for quarter horse and Appaloosa racing. You were probably there.
Acacia, I so badly want to ask about Andy Serling's prom night, but they're not letting me.
I can't say I blame them. So we'll take a look at horses here in the paddock for the nightcap. I thought this was a really fun and interesting race. The number 6 is where we'll start with Tim and Sam. He is a horse that I think probably just never really took a huge step forward from 2 to 3, at least looking at him here in the paddock, and he never really grew a ton, and so the drop in class just really makes sense. He showed some speed and tired last time out, and I don't see it too much as a give up, but he is at least one of the horses that will be dropping in class for the first time in here. He's incredibly fit, second off of the layoff for Horacio, and he is a horse that mentally has settled so much as he's gotten older. So maybe while physically he hasn't changed a ton, mentally he's come a really long way. As we'll take a look at the number 3, Snooky Bear, getting back to the turf for Jamie Ness, and he also has been gelded. He is a big, rough type of built horse, and sometimes horses like that, when they're that big, gelding them is really a big benefit because they're a little bit easier to work with from that point, a little bit easier to keep sound if they're not quite so heavy and hard on their joints from that point of view. Also, to that point, I think that he is a horse that looks much more like turf horse. Slacker pasterns on him. The way that even he's walking in here leads me to believe that the turf would be his preferred surface. He does look fit off of the layoff. I like that he's been gelded, and I especially like that he's getting back to the grass. And if you look back at his previous turf form, I know with previous connections, but he was running against some very good horses on the grass and running longer as well. I think he's very intriguing in this spot, Todd.
Thank you, Acacia. As we wait for the call of riders up in our final race, we want to remind you it was a national story on Tuesday. A barn fire broke out at Saratoga Raceway about 2:30 in the morning. The tragic result, 17 horses died in that barn fire. And now, in order to move forward, there are a lot of resources that are needed. NYRA was one of the first organizations to step up. After all, they are neighbors to Saratoga Raceway with Saratoga itself, and they have offered as whatever Saratoga Raceway needs. And one of the ways to raise funds, they have stepped up with this. It is this shirt, which you can buy, where 100% of the proceeds will go to the Saratoga Harness Horsemen's Association. You can do that online. shop.nyra.com/home. Again, 100% of the proceeds going to that recovery effort. There's also a GoFundMe page that has been set up. You can take your smartphone right now and aim the camera function at that QR code. It'll scan it and take you right to that GoFundMe page. Again, whether it's $1, whether it's more than that, every dollar makes a big difference at a extremely difficult time.
No question, Todd. I mean, it's there's really nothing you can say. It's obviously a horrible thing that happened, and everybody in this game's nightmare, and anything anyone can do, as you say, $1 or anything you can do. And it's hard to tell people to give, but certainly a good cause if you can give.
Field coming out onto the track for our final race today. Eventually, they're going to step on the turf to go 1 1/16 miles. Here's the 2. Crowbar Artist will be trying the turf for the first time. Name you don't see much anymore on the broodmare side. Lear Fan, but that used to be great turf influence.
Dam,
yeah.
I don't know if you remember the Dam, but she beat Rags to Riches in Rags to Riches last race.
Wow.
A West Point horse.
There's the 3, Snooky Bear.
Snooky Bear's a big player.
The 4 is Chummers.
I like Chummers. I'll expand after the post parade, but I
2 to
wouldn't
1.
bet this horse at 2 to 1 in a million years.
Middle Market was second at this condition last time out, but
Listen,
well beaten.
he's run some good figures. He's probably a fair price at 9 to 2.
Right now it's 7 to 1. It's Tim and Sam.
He's my other horse in this race. He got involved in a pace that collapsed last time out. A little more comfortable pace in this race. I shouldn't say comfortable. There's more speed.
I was going to say.
I think he can rate a little bit second off a layoff.
Well,
He's
part of that
dangerous.
speed, at least, on running lines would be Chips and Fish. I mean, ultimately, I think this is going to be Mike's magic. He's going to determine how fast they go here.
The 1 has speed, the 9, you're right. The 9 is a key.
Yeah.
Whether you think he can win or not, he has sprint speed on the dirt.
And Mike's Magic will be trying the grass for the first time. Just looking at the pedigree, wouldn't seem to be a problem.
No, well, it's not really a turf pedigree. And frosted 8% turf routes, and not a turf pedigree for me. If you like him, bet him.
But if he gets a clear lead, I mean, does it matter?
Well,
if he doesn't,
I think the 7's supposed to go. I think the 1's supposed to go. Does it matter? Yeah, they got to have turf. They got to handle the turf. I want nothing. No part of the 9. But listen, if you like them at a price, bet them.
Yeah, I would be using
like
the 9.
Like as you say, if you like horses at prices, you should. I mean, it's one thing you want to be swayed on a short-priced horse. If somebody gives you a, and for the other thing is, as far as listening, whether it's to me or other people, listen to what people say. If their logic makes sense to you, when I've done talking horse for many years. One of the best people I ever did it was Mike Beer from the Daily Racing Forum. And Mike And I would agree sometimes, but we'd have very different opinions sometimes. And there was nobody I worked with that would convince me as much as him to use horses that I hadn't really seen, because he would see things. Not always. And, you know, sometimes with a good friend, you can say, you might throw the horse in at a big price just out of respect for that person, but say, listen, I wish you good luck. If I lose, I hope you win. I don't see it. I'm not going to use the horse. That's fine. But I think we want to listen to what people have to say for two reasons. Number one, they may have seen something you missed, and it may make sense to you, but also it may help you in the future. Because a lot of handicapping, Todd, is pattern recognition, right? Is seeing things that happened in the past and seeing them happen again in the future. And that's something you can learn from other people as well.
Who's one person that you're absolutely tuning out? You're never listening to what they have to say.
You. Come on, you asked for that.
Wow. I'm the setup
well,
man.
No,
I'm not sure I like that answer.
I was going to say Tony. I was going to say Tony Alavato.
No, don't do it. Don't go to management. Leave management out of it. Acacia, we're always listening to you.
Thank you, Todd, though you did kind of walk into that one yourself. As we take a look at Chummers, who's now co-favorite, the 3 Suki Bear has become the favorite, or at least tepid, in this wide open race. Chummers getting a drop in class, and a needed drop in class, and he had an outside post last time out. It was a pretty live race that he did face in there as well, and he is a very sharp and energetic type of horse, but he warmed up really well out there on the track. He kind of threw his head a little bit early. That's not uncommon for him, but he came back nicely to Flavian Pratt, who does climb aboard for the first time in here. And I felt that horses that are kind of unexposed, at least on turf, to the claiming tag were the ones that I wanted in here. I think you have a few options between the 3, 4, 6, and maybe even a little bit of the 7 in this spot of horses that are kind of new faces and have an opportunity to run forward against a field, I should say, that they haven't faced before. And I do think this is a good spot for Chummers, who I don't think will be as far back as he was last time out. Now, the number 7, Chips and Fish, he has speed, and that is his weapon. He's been a bit of an overachiever since switching to the grass. When claimed by Antonio Arriaga, got the win for $75,000. They were very aggressive, putting him into the Pennine Ridge last time out, where he went to the front end and wasn't able to sustain it. So massive drop in class, but I think it's really just a return to reality for him. His 2 prior turf races, I should say, have been solid. He is the type of horse you might notice when he gets going. He runs with his tail straight out, and that's just always how he is. But he's got one way of going, really, which I think is to go to the lead, and he was pretty sharp out there as well. So we'll see how this pace does materialize, if it does. Todd?
You know, I've heard, she was talking about that horse running with the tail straight out. I hear some players look at horses who are tail swishers and go, oh, that's a bad thing. Like when the jockey goes to use the crop, then all of a sudden their tail pops up.
Sharp Cat. I feel like Sharp Cat was a big tail swisher.
Pretty good runner under that.
Very
but the
good
thought
runner.
is it interrupts their rhythm. Do you have a problem when a horse is a tail swisher, Acacia?
Yes, for me, a tail swisher and a horse that carries its tail straight out are two different things. Usually if they're reacting to the crop or they're swishing their tail, maybe in the stretch, maybe there's a little something going on in their hind end and their back, but sometimes a horse that just carries its tail straight out, that's just how they move. But if they're swishing their tail in response to the crop, for me, that's a negative as well, Todd.
All right, I was
everything is specific. There's certain circumstances and horse specific as well. And that's why one of the good things we do around here is Maggie and Acacia will talk about how horses look relative to how they've looked in the past.
The field loading quickly here for our final race on this Friday, and then a great Saturday tomorrow, with the highlight being the spectacular Bid Stakes. Let's go up to Chris Griffin, 8th and final on the Friday card at Aqueduct.
And they're off. Chummers broke well in the dark, is at the rail, also showing some early speed. Crossing over, here comes Tim and Sam. Tim and Sam is back to second as in the dark. Forwardly placed Jamie Rodriguez front running. Chips and Fish trying to join that leader is well off the rail. Will cross over now as they move towards that first turn. In the dark is the leader, only a neck advantage. Pressure from Chips and Fish to the outside is a clear second. Backing off of that early pace was Tim and Sam as a comfortable third just in front of Chummers. Then comes Crowbar Artist in fifth. It's a shared fifth as Middle Market is to the outside of that rival Snooky Bear. And the trailer, Mike's Magic. In the dark, had to pump up the speed as trying to dispatch of Chips and Fish, 22.62, the posted opening quarter mile. In the Dark is running off, and Chips and Fish is now back to second, is 2.5 off the leader. Moving in closer is Tim and Sam. Chummers with an early move, Flavien Prat, and Chummers now quickly picking up rivals has taken second. Middle Market still in fifth. Snooky Bear's trying to run on towards the back end Crowbar Artist and the trailer Mike's Magic. No breather there for In the Dark, and In the Dark still holding that half-length advantage. Chummers within that half-length is trying to charge to the outside. Tim and Sam is saving ground to the inside, trying to run on two. Chips and Fish in between horses, Middle Market. Snooky Bear's got to do better from there, and the trailer is Mike's Magic still at the back end, and that relegates Crowbar Artist, who's the trailer. They reach the top of the lane. Chummers is ready to challenge, and Chummers has put a neck in front and sprints away. It's Chummers In the Dark, back to second, Tim and Sam. Late run here from the outside, Chips and Fish trying to hold on, but it's going to be Chummers, who's opening up, is now up by 2.5 inside the final 16. Flavien Prat. Chummers will win it. Ray Handel with a training double. In the Dark second, then came Tim and Sam and Snooky Bear.
Andy, what were you saying about Flavien Prat before the race?
You know, you watch this race, right? Watch how it's run. First of all, the 9 doesn't show any speed, which changes
That was
the situation.
bizarre,
And Flavien is leaving out of the gate for position. He's doing exactly what the MIG talks about, getting your position going forward. The 1 went as expected. The 7 went after him, as you had talked about what happened. But Flavien got position. And then in the backstretch, as soon as, very fast first quarter, but then they start slowing it down, and Flavien realizes they're slowing it down. He says, I can't sit back here and let the 1 dictate. I've got to go after him. He's the horse to beat at this point. And he goes after him, and he gets in position, and he rode the best horse, but he rode him the best way. He rode so well, he got Ray Handel into the winner's circle.
Oof. Well, I am so glad.
Ray has been blowing up my phone for the last 15 minutes.
Right,
I owed him one.
I am glad that I listened to you before this race. You did like Chummers, and that reasoning played out exactly like you thought going in. Posted on the board the 4 Chummers going off at 5-2. Over the 1 In the Dark at 3-1. Over the 6 Tim and Sam at 9-1. Over the 3 Snooky Bear at 7-2. 4-1, 6-3 in our final race on this Friday at Aqueduct. Tomorrow, the Spectacular Bid Stakes is our feature part of the New York Stallion Stakes series, and we'll be talking about our favorite, at least in the morning line. That's ahead when America's Day at the Races returns in just a moment. America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Great series coming up, announced between Canada at Woodbine and here in New York. It's the Empire Trillium Series, and you'll have a set number of races at Woodbine and then a set number of races at the reimagined Belmont Park. A reminder that enrollments are due today for the 2-year-olds. They also put out the list of the names of the stakes races that are going to take place. But as you and I have been talking about ever since they made this announcement, great credit both to Woodbine and New York for putting something like this together and see where it takes us.
I agree. I mean, you know, one of the biggest complaints people have in the industry, and they're right, is the lack of cooperation between race jurisdictions and racetracks. And to be able to do this, yes, obviously having Tapeta here at Belmont and at Woodbine as well makes them a natural partner, but then again, a lot of people could be natural partners and they don't work together, they work against each other. So I'm really excited about this. I think it's a really, really fun thing we're putting together, and I like these kind of things. I think they're fun. The fans like them. We've just put out the names for the races, which I think is cool, a lot of local names, but as well as some good horses. Saratoga do. A New York bred, the first New York bred champion, Gary Siaka, who retired, trained that horse, of course, Barra Gold, was a tremendous performer, a huge pedigree, and also won a Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Gander, the old white horse that nobody doesn't love, Gander, and 'Tis the Law, who is really one of the most talented New York breds ever, and is turning out to be one hell of a sire.
We're going to bring you coverage of the Empire Trillium Stakes right here on Fox Sports. And, you know, another aspect to it, it's over a good period of time from December through July. A lot to look forward to. Back here, you end the day with a nice winner, 5-2 on the 4 Chummers, and credit to Flavian Pratt for his initiative early on.
You know, he does get theoretically overbet. One of the reasons he is, when he's on the right horse, he rarely makes mistakes. In this case, he did all the right things. He rode the best horse, but it helps to give the best ride here. I have a question. You've been to probably as many tracks as just about anybody, especially in America. I'm sure you spent some time at Woodbine.
Yes.
I think it's
Woodbine.
one of the nicest tracks in North America.
Great racing fans as well, and a unique layout, and that you have the turf course there first in front of you, and then the main course inside of it, and right next to the airport as well.
And I love, like Aqueduct across the street. And Pearson is at the airport.
Yeah.
I love the willow trees in the paddock. They've got a great paddock, big, huge, expansive paddock. A lot of fun there.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Canadian racing to begin with, and Woodbine is obviously a jewel. And back here, Chummers getting the win, nearly 3-1. Look at these payoffs. You were talking about the 50-cent pick 5. $5,000, and then your dollar pick 6, $10,935.
Basically the same.
Yeah, because you're just adding a 3-5 favorite to that pick 5 sequence.
Yeah, it feels like the pick 6 players were smart today.
Yeah, they were. Absolutely.
Smarter than me, but that's not hard.
Okay, our ABR race of the week is tomorrow. It seems like you and I have talked about the spectacular bit a lot, but it's that good of a race. So let's talk about it some more. And as we look ahead to the field tomorrow, the morning line favorite is Spirit of New York. You contend that ultimately will be our post-time favorite.
I would think so. Okay. It's a tough race to make a line, and I don't. And once again, keep in mind the morning line maker's filling in this week. So if you see some lines that don't turn out well, cut them some slack. It's a very hard job, especially to fill in Schoolgirls Follies and MTO. He'd probably be 1-5 if this race came off the turf. Unfortunately, it will not. Listen, this is a pretty good 2-year-old, and Adam Rice has shown such incredible consistency shipping horses to York. I think he's the horse to beat, but there's a lot of potential contenders in here.
Yeah, and taking a look at Spirit of New York last time out, and again, going to be coming off a laugh. So this race we're taking a look at is back in September, and that doesn't seem to be a problem. If you look at this horse's running lines, would make a lot of sense, even off the bench here. Yeah, exactly. And so off that effort, and the Bertram Bongard figures to be the favorite tomorrow. We do have 2 horses coming out of the same race most recently. This is May 16th, race 10, and we're taking a look at Sunday Boy and Wit Storm.
Yeah, Wit Storm had a pretty good trip in here and just wasn't good enough. Now, Sunday Boy is between horses right now, and I think Christopher Elliott was doing a good job of trying to get position on a horse that doesn't have much speed, and the eventual winner is actually outside of him in red, and as that horse is going by, this kind of gets a little bit steadied and shuffled back behind horses. I don't think it was bad by Christopher. I just think those horses accelerated, and his horse didn't have acceleration yet. but he's going to end up making a real rally in the stretch and running well to be third. I like a horse who I thought improved in this effort, and I think he could have another move forward with him, and I thought he had a good shot in here, but there's a lot of horses in here that have a chance. Windstorm could run better in here, but he did get a very good trip in here. He just wasn't good enough. But I think that Sunday's Boy will run a lot better in this race.
Well, anticipating that the weather is going to be perfect tomorrow with a firm turf course in mind. Those are a few of the contenders in the spectacular bid, our feature race tomorrow here at Aqueduct.
Did you see Bid run at all?
I did not, but here's the thing. I've gone back through YouTube, watched the dreadful ride in the Florida Derby.
What greatest winning rides.
I mean,
that and the Vasor and the Don.
Literally had 4 different runs, and he needed it. And so, yeah, it portended of things to come in the Triple Crown and questionable rides. But, you know, when his trainer made the argument, maybe the best horse to ever look through a bridle, I believe him. I believe him.
He's in the conversation, certainly in my lifetime of the racetrack, which was after Dr. Fager and those horses when I came to the track. I saw him in the Belmont when he lost to Coastal. He was 24 for 24 from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. His effort in the Marlboro Cup was the last time I saw him. He had won a race, I think, Delaware off the layoff. He ran against General Assembly, who just won the Travers by 14,000 lengths. Coastal was in there as well. He made them look like claimers the way he went by them. He is one of the all-time greats.
Go back and look at his campaign. He came out to California for the Stroob Series when the Stroob Series meant something.
Humiliated horses like Flying Pacer,
setting world records. Setting world records. Truly one of the greats, and we honor him tomorrow.
Incredible racehorse.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
All right.
Been a pleasure.
For Andy Serling, as they say, roll out, roll out. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun. Yeah, we're rolling out here on America's Day at the Races, but we hope you'll join us for tomorrow's show. We are back tomorrow for a long time, 12:30 to 6:30 on FS2. I'm Todd Schrupp. Until next time, may all your photo finishes be winning ones. Oh, here's the rollout. I'm getting it right this time. Looking down the stretch, a first-time starter to look back at out of Dunbar Road. Won the gallop out, but didn't win earlier today in a deep maiden special weight race. It's some great turf racing action as well. And we hope you enjoyed each and every minute of the great thoroughbred racing action here on America's Day at the Races.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025. She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos, and recent graded stakes winners Roja, Forge Steel, Polina's Forte, Italian Soiree, and Taken by the Wind. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Saturday on America's Day at the Races, an impressive field of 3-year-olds includes Kentucky Derby and Preakness contenders in the Ohio Derby from Thistledown. Action kicks off Saturday, 12:30 Eastern on FS2. Ohio Derby coverage, 3:30 p.m. Eastern on FS1.